Okay.
And I guess I should also.
Guys, we made it.
I'm
So excited. So I'm going to introduce you to all your new friends.
If you would rather use a color that shows up more, then you can. The first block we're going to be working on is the scissor block, and it's the pink scissor block. So some of you may think to yourself, well,
Right.
background cooking.
They're just threading their machines here. So we have a minute.
I never even brought my quilt. I'm so excited to see you.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to,
Okay, we're just talking about threading our machine first.
they're threading their machines. So make sure you have your machine threaded, and the color you're going to want first is pink for your scissor block.
But we're going to do background quilting first. So if you want a thread color that is different than the pink background, then you can go ahead and choose any color. So these thread colors are just suggestions. All right, ladies, just suggestions is all. Okay.
Okay. Don't get dizzy. We're going to come over here. We're rechanging some things. So thread your machine. And we're going to come over here and move this and try a couple things here.
Sure, when it comes up to number 7 on the left-hand side, that you put it, the thread cover there, and then you're going to put the needle ready to button on the right. And that should thread it. If you're anyone who has never threaded a baby lock before,
Okay. I'm hoping we can get this headset because then you guys would be able to hear me better. Okay, can you guys still hear me? Thumbs up if you can still hear me. Yes, I'm so excited. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me better without me shouting and them all looking at me. I told them I'd be talking to myself up here. So, and they said it's much better. Yay! Oh, yes, I am sweating. Chris is like, Sherry's not sweating. Oh, yes. Yes, Sherry is sweating. And the good thing is it goes between the two things. Look at that. They might not be able to hear you as well, though. But we can just take this out. Okay, now I'm going to see. Now.
hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. All right. This is interesting. The first thing we're going to talk about is background quilting. How we do it. So I'm going to do a little demonstration here in just a minute. And you know what? When I do this, I'll probably have you bring your camera over to it.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. So I'm going to try and do this other thing. We're going to try and share my screen, but we're going to find something first. Because we want to get to know you. We've done some introductions here so that you guys didn't have to sit through all of those. But we are going to try and introduce all of you. We're going to be using Menti.
Okay.
So if you want to go to menti.com, it'll give you the code here in just a second.
So much fun. Basically, this is what you're going to do. We get our hoops ready. Well, no, let me back up. Let's talk about how do we combine this plank first. So on these machines, we're going to combine two things. We're going to combine background quilting and the applique or the whatever we're adding on top of it.
Okay, we got this hooked up. So I was on a different computer and we went to another computer.
This picture, this is a background quilting. I want you to think of it in this way. Here's my background.
Let me go shut that one off just a second.
I add that to my machine first. Then I take my design and it's like I'm placing it on top. Because I want the background quilting behind it. If I were to have this first and then the background quilting, it goes on top of this. I don't want that, right? Are you with me on that? So when we combine designs, we always bring in the background quilting design first. And we bring the applique or the whatever design it is on top. All right, so with that in mind, what you're gonna do all of you have your USB sticks in your machine? Okay, we're gonna find I'll wait for just a minute. Let me show you this. Let's take a look at this.
All right, can you guys see that screen
Your book.
that
This
says?
file, got the background quilting file, which you probably didn't print out, maybe some of you did. But let's go through it. Basically, what you're doing is you have to prepare your background first. When I say prepare your background, what I'm referring to is adding fusible backing onto the back of your background. Does everyone have fusible backing on the back?
There we
of their
go.
backgrounds right now?
There's some names, so you can see that.
You can see here that there's a backing on the back. It's, you don't have to, but I promise you better results if you do. All right. So fusible backing is.
Look at all those names. Look at all of our friends who are joining us. Yay. And I'm scrolling through, seeing who is on with me. We'd love for you to turn your cameras on, but if you don't want to, that's fine too. If you have questions about how to turn your camera on and mute and all of that, we can talk about it. It depends on what you're looking at us with. Like if you're on an iPhone, it's going to be different than a computer, and your computer might look a little bit different. But basically, if you look at your own little picture, you should be able to see up in the top right hand corner a thing that says like mute or unmute, or there's a stop video if you want to turn your camera off. I know we're going to be on here for a long time today, so you may not want to be on all day long. And I will try and make me or keep me as kind of pinned for everyone. And you'll be able to just scroll across the top. So it's looking good though. All right. We're going to come up here. We're going to talk, Chris is talking about Terial Magic. So if you guys haven't used it before, I'm going to come up here.
About Terial Magic, because if you've never heard of it before, this was invented by a woman not that many years ago. And she created this product because she wanted to virtually make fabric be stiffer. All right. Because it wasn't for embroidery. It was actually for like paper roses. She wanted to make fabric roses, but have the stiffness of paper. And so she created this formula to do it. Well, I was at a quilt market when she was introducing this to the public. And one of the machine manufacturers had come by and said, tell me more about this product. And she was explaining it. He says, I wonder if you could use that for projects on the embroidery machine. And so guess what? She says, well, try it out. He went over back to his booth. He sprayed some fabric with it. Yeah, it works. And do you know that was the best thing that could have ever happened to that woman? To them, because pretty soon it all came out about Terial Magic was now not just for crafting, but for embroidery machines. And so I will often use this as like an added layer of stabilizer, especially if I'm not doing background quilting, okay? If you ever have trouble with puckering on your embroidery projects, trust me, Terrell Magic will be your best friend. Now, what I like to do is I like to put it in a spray misting bottle because I don't want too much to come out at one time with the regular spray. I like a nice fine mist that just lightly goes over it. I take my iron to it, it becomes a little bit stiffer and it washes out. Okay, you could even soak fabric in it and it would become super stiff, like almost paper like. But you don't need to do that with this. Just a nice fine mist over the top of it, iron it to dry it like that. And you're going to be amazed at the difference in the feel. In fact, I'm going to pass these two around so you can feel the difference between one that has been treated with Terrell Magic and one that has not. Okay. Material, like mud material, but without the MA. Material. And we have some in the back if you're interested. And we have misting spray bottles in the back as well. And I forgot to mention, but everything back there is 20% off during the next 2 days. Okay. Perfect. Okay. And you'll let me know if there's any questions over here on Terrell Magic. Okay. So no, I haven't. I use it every time I do embroidery and I've had no problems whatsoever. So, you can actually do t-shirt quilts this way. Some people, rather than put any stabilizer in at all on a t-shirt quilt, they'll spray on a t-shirt on the front and back with it and just be able to sew it that way. So not just for embroidery either. So it's wonderful stuff. All right. Rhonda is asking, do we dilute the Terrell Magic? I personally do not. I will tell you, Allison likes to put a little bit of Best Press in hers. So, but I personally just pour it in the bottle. And someone asked once, do you get clogging? I don't have clogging on it. Yes. No. And if you're concerned about it staining your fabric, what I would suggest is you spray it on the back only. Okay, so that's an idea too. Cindy? Yeah, if you want to spray your fabric now, you can. Cindy will pass these out and you can settle up later if you wanted to do that. I don't know. It's just one of my favorite products out there that not a lot of people know about. And when I'm trying to get pucker-free embroidery, this is one of my layers. I like to think of it as another additional layer.
You don't need to put that on if you stack them.
If you've stacked them already, no worries. You'll be okay. Okay. So let's take a look at our books, or excuse me, let's take a look at the background quilting files here, or my pictures here, as I explain what's about to happen. All right. So first of all is that we have ironed the fusible backing onto the back side of the background fabric. Then we're going to hoop our light mesh cutaway, the stabilizer only. Stabilizer only. The first stitch that happens is the batting placement line. Okay, and that's just going to stitch right onto your stabilizer. And then you know exactly where to place the project batting, and you're going to completely cover the placement line. Think of it just like a regular applique. All right, it's just a regular applique. Yep.
Did you guys see all that?
Then
So
it's going to
Debbie,
stitch
she's
batting
spraying, she's doing
down
the
stitch. All right, so basically
background.
it's just holding it in place. And then you trim the batting close to the stitch line. We'll go through this all in here in just a minute. But you do need to cut the batting out. Okay, why are we cutting the batting out? Why do we trim it? Can anyone tell me, why do we trim this? Shira, why do we do this?
The batting from being in the seam.
It keeps the batting away from the seam. Exactly. And you will notice it's a 1/4 inch outside the outside placement line for your fabric. So it eliminates the 1/4 inch batting so that when we sew our pieces together after it's all been stitched out, you don't have batting on top of batting. Does that make sense? So this is why we cut it out. And yep, Jackie says it makes it easier to sew the seams. Exactly. That's exactly right. Okay. So you might need to have her change her view. Now you see on direction number 7, it says to stitch the fabric placement line. So we go ahead and we do that. And that's where we know where to place our background fabric. And our background fabric is always right side up. Okay, right side up. And we make sure it's covered. It's then going to do the fabric basting stitch. Remember, that is not necessarily a cut line. And then finally, we do the background stitch. Okay. Now, when we combine this on our embroidery machines, this is going to go seamless. All right. It's going to do this through with me. Let's do this all together. Okay, I'm going to give you a little test right here. Okay, are you ready for this? The first thing that stitches out is what? When we're doing background quilting? The placement line. And what is that placement line for? The batting. Everyone say it together. The batting, right? Okay, placement line, it stitches out for the batting. What do we do next?
Trim out the
We
batting.
put the batting down, and then what's the next stitch?
Back down.
It's the
Tack down.
tack down of the batting. So it's just putting it in place, holding it in place, right? Okay, then what?
Trim the
We
batting.
have to trim the batting. We've got to, don't forget to trim the batting, or else you're going to have batting in your seam allowance, right? So we cut off the excess batting. You guys are all doing good. I can see your comments here as well for those who are doing virtual. Okay, so you trim the batting, and then what is going to stitch out next?
Fabric placement line.
Placement line for fabric, and it's going to go how much further outside of the batting?
1/4 inch.
A 1/4 inch. Now we know where to place what? The fabric. It will then do a tack down stitch to hold the fabric in place. It will then do your quilting background. But on your screen, you're going to also see that now it will go right into the design. So let me show you one more time this way. So go ahead on your machines, and I want you to bring up the background quilting files. In fact, let me tell you which one. We are on page 10. So those of you following along, we're on page 10, and you're going to see my little notes up here on the screen. Page 10, and the stabilizer is light mesh cutaway, infusible backing. We're going to use 2 shades of pink. So go ahead and grab both pinks for the scissors. The background quilting design you're going to bring up is KDQ 180 Hearts 5, the 4x4 design. Are we good? So let me go ahead and show this screen more. Okay, so this is the first block we're going to do together. Again, it's the scissor block. Now notice, and this is on page 10, so everyone open your books to page 10 so we can follow along together. The hoop size you need, it says 4x4, but notice what I have in parentheses. It says NQ. Can anyone think of what NQ means? Anyone? What does NQ mean? When I say a 4x4 hoop, NQ means if you're not quilting it, you can get away with a 4x4 hoop. However, if you're quilting it, you're going to want to do a 5x7 hoop. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull out our 5x7 hoops, and we're going to just use the light cutaway. What I want you to do is bring up your design. Now, this is just an example, right? This is not the design we're using, but I want you to use your quilting design. Again, we're using KDQ 180 Hearts 5. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll bring it in. We'll hit set. You know what? Let me do it on this camera for these guys. We'll come over here.
Okay.
And I've got helpers out there who are helping. No, it won't say 5x7. It will say 4x4. Okay, let me give a thought out to those who aren't joining us live. This is like a background quilting design. We always bring this in first, okay? And then when we bring in a design, this goes on top. So you can see that the background quilting design is actually behind the design. If I were to bring in this first and then have background quilting, look what happens. You still see the design, but the background quilting is over top. So just if you can keep thinking about it in those terms, background quilting first, you combine it on your machine by bringing in the design on top. I hope that helps make some sense there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to embroidery. Let's go ahead and bring this over. Okay, so I'm going to hit embroidery, and I need to find my background quilting design. So I'm going to find it in the USB that it's on right here. And I'm going to scroll through to find the background quilting design that I'm going to use, which is this one right here. It's KDQ 180, and it's the 4x4 heart design. I bring it in. I can see it right there on the screen. And I hit set. But don't hit embroidery first. Before I hit embroidery, I actually want to add. Remember, we're adding a design on top of the background quilting. So I'm going to hit add. And then I need to find my scissors, because the first block we're doing it are the pink scissors. So I'm going to go back to my USB and go to my So Happy file. Give everyone a minute to do that. And then you can see that you're scrolling through looking for your design. And it happens to be the scissors. So I hit the scissors and hit set. What? Now look at that. I have the background quilting with the scissors on top. That means that these step outs are going to be background quilting with scissors on top. Then I go ahead and hit embroidery, and I'm ready to rock and roll. Okay, any questions on that? Any questions? Let us know.
You have a question?
Yes, Leanne says the background quilting files are amazing in this kit. Love all of them. She wants to know if there's rules for using a color thread that show the design on your background quilting. Should we just use white, or is it okay to use a darker color? She doesn't want to break any quilting rules. There are no quilting rules. No, you do not have to worry about that one bit. You're going to use whatever you're going to use whatever color threads you want. If you want it to stand out more, then you're going to use a darker thread color. On the one I did, I just did pink. So either way is going to work great. It's totally up to you. And Debbie, no, it will not quilt over the scissors. The reason why we brought in the background quilting designs first is so that the background quilting would go first, and then the scissors will go on top. Okay, I hope that helps. Let us know if you have any questions and we'll make sure and take you back over here to the machine to do that. Let me check in with Miss Pearl and see how they're doing. How are we doing? And Sherry, you're going to do it on your machine at the same time,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's not even on yet.
Okay.
How was y'all's day?
Okay, I think we've figured some things out on the machine on this. Hopefully I'm not muted. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I'm looking for my comments disappeared though. So, oh, there we go. Okay, I think I got everyone muted because I think I became the real host. So that's good. If you need to unmute yourself, which we'll have some times when we can do that. Just make sure that you turn your mute back off because otherwise it gets kind of loud because you have machines going, I know me, I always have my dogs barking, trying to get their nose in the camera and stuff like that. So if I am not the only one that you see, so I added a spotlight to me so that hopefully I will stay you're the one you see, but you may need to look at view. And if you see the view, you want the speaker view. You can also turn it to gallery view and you'll see lots and lots of little pictures. For me, the view is at the top right corner of the whole screen, not just my little picture, but the whole Zoom meeting. And so that is something if it's flipping back and forth between the speaker, that's what it is. But hopefully I muted that, was able to mute everyone and you'll just see me. So if you're in the view, let me see if I can share this. Okay, hang on. So your view, we're going to try sharing my screen here. Oh, you should see. Now you should see all of the names of everyone again, I think. Hang on. We're going to come back. So some of this, I apologize. I had my other computer set up, but it would not hold the internet. It would just get me in for like 2 minutes and I'd see myself and I'd wave and it would kick me out. So I had to go to the other computer that I didn't have all set up to go here. So when you say, I hear saw someone post that the audio is fading in and out, is that me or is that Chris? Because right now I have it, so you should just hear me. And out when we have Chris, I'm taking out my headset so that you can hopefully hear her better. Yeah. They good? I think they're good. We got some things we're able to mute all. We are able to see, they're able to see me. We're getting
Good.
some of those
Good.
Zoom
Some
etiquette
of the
things.
technical
Yeah,
things.
some
Yes.
technical things. Yep.
Okay, good, 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 good. Okay, so have you guys all done your, have you brought in your files, both the background quilting design and the design on top? Okay, I want you to bring both of those in and then let's go ahead. Susie, you got yours done. Good job. And we're going to, okay, you got all that figured out. And then you're going to just go ahead and start your background quilting. So you have the batting placement line, you know where to put your batting, and then we'll go from there. The block that we're going to do after the scissors is the pin cushion. The tomato pin cushion block will be next. What we're going to do though is we're kind of taking it one step at a time. So if you have
you know, if you've done this one scissor block, before you move on to the pin cushion, if you want to do it with us, then just do the other scissor blocks at the same time. So while we're waiting to do the tomato pin cushion. Okay? All right, Janine's waiting on her thread. And Janine, you could do it with us, you know, with just different threads, or you can, you know, say, just watch this and do it later.
Yeah, and the replay will come out on this in probably about a week. He'll probably do just a little bit of cutting, so we don't have quite as much at the beginning, so.
Susie, as far as do you trim before quilting, you are only trimming the batting only, not the background fabric. Okay, not the back one. Okay, hang in there. You guys got it. Batting only. You want to show on your machine?
We'll get there.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and, I'm gonna hook it, we're gonna hook in, because I know you guys can hear. You can hear me better when I have that on, right? Okay, so I am gonna try and sew on my machine. We got kind of one set up, but not the other one, so that one's mine. We won't tell you where Cindy's going. That's the bathroom. We'll turn it so you guys don't have to watch who goes to the bathroom. All right, so I am sewing on an Altair and I'm super excited. That's what I have at home. And I need to get it all threaded and all of the bobbin in and everything. So it'll just take me a minute and I will let you kind of watch what I'm doing here to see. So we'll turn it back this way. So there's my Altair. Everyone in class, you can see they're sewing on Altairs and Meridians, and they're so cute. We're frozen. Ooh. Hopefully it comes in and goes out fast. If not, let me know, because I can still see people's videos working and all of that. So I'm hoping it will work good. All right. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping it's plugged in. Success, success. I just was seeing what my machine was called. It's Dorothy. My machine's name is Dorothy. Dorothy it is, yep. And I'm looking for my hoops. Kind of looking for a bob. Oh, there they are. I'm like, they were here. Hang on. Oh, there is a bobbin in there. All right, so the first one is a pink. So we're just gonna hoop my stabilizer in a 5x7 hoop because I'm gonna try and do the background quilting for you. I'm gonna move that back a little bit. Thought she was gonna take my chair. Chris made me really nervous. And I got this little curl going on here. That's cute. All right, so I have my designs on here and I am going to bring in that embroidery design and that quilting design. There we go. Does everyone know how to do that still, or do we need to go over it one more time? Oh, Sue is so nice. She's gifting the quilt to her daughter-in-law. And Joellen recently purchased the Altair. I love it. I tell people that all the time. Once I saw it thread, I was sold. It's like, give me the machine. I am going to be using an all white bobbin for this. There's one part where I might switch over, and that's on the satin stitch on the sewing machine. And we are going to use the finishing touch bobbin thread because we think that that ends up working the best for the Altair. I'm grabbing. So if you have an embroidery only machine like a Meridian, you want to use the 90 weight. And on like the Altair where it's sewing and embroidery, you want to use the 60 weight. And so it looks like this. The finishing touch, there it is, 60 weight. And we just find that that works really well with all of our machines. So that's what's in there. And I grabbed the thread. I'm going to grab the pink thread. It's brand new. It's not even opened yet. I hope you guys are getting into your sewing mojo too, because I know it's taken us just a second to get there. This is my favorite part of the machine. Let's bring you over here and show you guys. This is my one touch threading. This is what sells me on this machine every time. So it's gone through the path and I just hit this button and ta-da, my machine is threaded. I love it as I get these older eyes. That's the best thing. Oh, and Kathy, you're winning. She's got the first block done. So I'm going to bring in the quilting. And it is the 4x4 KDQ 180. So I bring that in. Should we show you guys again? So that one's in, and then I just hit set, and then I hit add, and then I'm going to bring in the scissors. So this is the Oso and the 4x4 scissors. Okay, we set that and we are ready to start. So we're going to go ahead and put our foot down. Well, we're going to hit embroidery first. Put our foot down and we are ready to do our stitching there. I can't rest my arm on the table. That's too bouncy. I might have to move the sewing machine over a little bit. When you add in the scissors, it automatically puts it right in the quilting design. So I don't know if you can see that. If you wanted to adjust them a little bit, you'd be able to do that. So that is down. So that is where I need to both hands. I'm going to put the batting down. Okay. So let's put that down. And yeah, we're talking them through it. So we did our placement line is what it is. And then we just put this down and yep. And then we're just going to go ahead and put our foot back down and we will be able to stitch our tack down line. I'll be cutting this with the Kimberbell scissors. If you haven't used them before, they are fantastic. So we're going to trim the batting. So we're going to pull that out. Where can we see that better? Right here. Ta-da, all trimmed. You can see what a nice job those Kimberbell scissors do. We put it back in there. Let's come up just a little bit for you guys. And don't want to knock my computer off. We are going to just put the foot down and it's going to give us our placement stitch, our placement line for the fabric. Could you guys watch this all day? I hope you're watching your own machine though. So Jennifer, Jennifer wants to know how I knew the designs were centered. You can kind of see it on your machine, but it just will bring them in centered. So I don't know if you can see that, but it's got the background quilting because and then the scissors, what it's doing is it's layering those two designs. So that's what it's doing. So that's in there. And we are just going to put our fabric. We do have the stabilizer on that. That's the Kimberbell fusible. And that just helps with your background quilting. So we're going to put that down. And go ahead and lower our foot and stitch the tack down line. The color suggestions for the scissors, it's looking for like a light pink and a dark pink are the colors that are showing up. So, and we're going to do light pink for our quilting. And so because of that, that's what I loaded for all of my tack down stitches. I can go ahead and just lower my foot. And you can see right here on my machine that it is going to do that next step. I love this right here because right here I can see what it's going to stitch. Here's the full design and here's what it's going to stitch next. So it kind of makes it nice because sometimes you get confused with which step you're on. And it's nice to have it right there. Elizabeth, Ivy. Ivy is in the same place. I just saw that question. So Ivy. Okay, we named all the machines and I'm going to come and show you. Where's Ivy? Look. Levon is stitching on Ivy. The person who stitched on Ivy last time wanted to know how Ivy was behaving. So there's Levon stitching on. You can see on Ivy right there.
talk about the batting. She never used the Kimberbell project batting.
Oh, she's never used it before? Okay, we're gonna come and. Hey. Okay, hang on, let me unplug. Unplug me. Okay, she just used Kimberbell batting for the first time.
This is amazing. I have a long arm and so I save all my scraps for all my embroidery projects. And I think I'm being so smart, but then I didn't bring any of it. I found it today. It's just so. It's got the smooth texture and the softness that the Kimberbell leather does.
It's like butter.
Just got shot.
Yes, she's.
Just because of her. It's beautiful quality.
That's
I see a lot of
awesome.
battings.
I
This-
love-
I love the density of it,
Yeah.
like it's without it being really stiff.
Get discounts.
She's now our new spokesperson for Kimberbell batting. And meanwhile, Dorothy's just been over here working. Look at what timing we have. I'm logged on. You want to say hi, Jackie? Look, hang on. Just put these on. You can't hear them.
I get
You
here.
still can't hear them, but they
Oh.
can hear you better.
Oh, hi, everyone. Welcome. Where do I see who? I don't even see who's there. Oh, there's all kinds of people. Hi.
167 friends.
Oh, so exciting. It's good to see everyone. So you'll get to hang out with me tomorrow. Hi. Hi, Gail. It's so fun. I love technology. This is the best. You're able to see all of this. Oh, fun. Oh, how fun. Okay, well, I hope you have a fun.
Do you want to tell them what we're going to do next on this?
What are we doing? Oh, so now we're going to change to the lighter pink for your first part of your scissors. So you will press your foot down. If it's green, it means go. So here we go. So now it's going to stitch that first part of the scissors. Okay, fun. How fun. Okay, well, I will see you again.
It's the first time in her life Jackie's been too tall. I have to tell you a story about her and Allison. We sent them to the store to get some more tablecloths, and they said we could only buy 6. We couldn't buy 9 because we couldn't reach the top shelf. And maybe I thought that was funnier than it should be. And they said, we'll go get some later. I said, why? You'll be in the same predicament. I'll just go get them later all by myself and I'll reach the top shelf. Okay, Laurel is asking how to get a picture of the speaker. So I have pinned myself. Probably what you need to do is go to, if like I hover over my picture on Zoom. So like I'll bring my mouse and I'll just kind of hover it right here. And up above me on my computer, now I know it's going to be different if you're on a phone or on a tablet, but up above me, it will show, like for me, because I have me pinned big and I have it spotlighted for everyone. But up above me is where all the people are. So if you're on the gallery view, you're going to have lots and lots and lots and lots of little pictures. And that's kind of fun because you can see who's there. I can only see about 6 or 7 of you. And then I can see down below, I can see how many are with us. Like right now we have 166 people. But if I hover over that, then I can see that my view has like little dots and a square. If yours has just a bunch of little dots, you're in, I think it's called gallery view. So you can go to that and see a whole bunch of people and I'll still just be really little. and you can scroll through the pages, or you can go to speaker view, and it should keep me on there for a big picture of you, of me, and then a whole bunch of little ones. So try that. If that doesn't work, let me know and we'll try and help you other ways. Sometimes I can get into sometimes the camera's bouncing a little bit. Sometimes we can get in and so there's my one scissor. We're going to change thread, and some people like to cut it. I follow Lisa's and I thread it out the wrong way. Hang on.
Oh, sorry. Joanne's asking a question about the silky solids. How can you tell the front from the back? There's not a difference. It's both the same on both sides, so no worries there. How are we doing, Share Bear?
We're doing fantastic.
Hi, Laurel. Good to see you, my friend.
We got it. We're doing great now.
Yeah. What did you do?
Both ends were coming out.
Oh, well, you know, that's
I
okay.
was like,
The picture of the speaker, you should be able to change the view on the top, right?
yeah. So they need to go from gallery view to speaker view.
Hi, Joanna. Oh, Sherry is a great teacher. She's amazing.
Just as soon as I get my thread right. Okay, this is just the second set of the scissors. And then we're done.
Yeah, we're done with the
Just
first
like
block.
that.
And if you're already done and you're waiting for us to move on, we're going to move on to the tomato here pretty soon. Are you still, oh. In about 20 minutes, we'll move on to the tomato. So if you're done with the first block, you can go to the next one. Because there are 4 scissor blocks. Great, you guys got this.
Okay, Laurel, I don't know if you saw that. Wait, we're gonna plug back in. So Laurel, I don't know if you saw that comment from Janine. She says swipe left or right until you get me on the screen. So that might be helpful to swipe left or right till you get me on the screen. This is way bouncy. We're gonna adjust a little while this is stitching. So it's saying when you get to the speaker view, there's no picture. I haven't had that happen before. Let's see. Oh, Janine says it's not bouncy on this end. It was just like, so. Let me look. Hey, I just Googled that and it says you can correct this by checking your app permissions to make sure the Zoom app or your web browser can use your webcam. But that's us. And if we're out there, look, here's the happy little sounds. Ding. All right. Then we take this out and it is good to go. That one is kind of light there. You can see it, but barely right here. There we go. So that is done. We have a new embroiderer in the house and she just finished her very first block. Isn't that exciting? So we have enough time. Yeah, trying to think. Yes. I have some people that my video's not working for them, but not all of them. Have you ever had that happen? So Sandy, yes, you can cut your thread. That's I should have showed you guys that. If you want to do that, you can cut your thread at the top and then just pull it through from the needle. And that is a great way. What you do is you have the tension disc in your machine and you want the thread only going through it one way. So I'm able to just go around the top, and by taking it out, then it's out of that thread disc. So once that is gone, then I'm good. So yeah, I'm going to tell you guys, there is someone that said, if you're not seeing me and you're just hearing me, try going out and coming in. It's going to tell you that we're recording, and it's not recording all of your screens. It only records my screen, and that's so that we can present it. But if you happen to come on the screen, like if you turn your mute button off and are talking, then you will show up on that screen, just so you know that. But that might be, if you didn't select that was okay, maybe that's why. If your video button, it shouldn't matter whether you have it on or off. You should still be able to see our video. And Nancy, why did we switch to using Zoom? It's just, we're trying out something different. We had some live events going on and we were like, how's this going to work? It does take us a long time when we do it in studio. It would have taken us 2 days still, but we're like, let's just try this. I think it's bringing a little bit more fun to it, as far as having we're going to be doing some fun things that are just going to happen during Stitch Out. So Sandy's asking about threading, because how I unthreaded it before, where I just came like this and got it. So right at that point, that's your tension disc. And so then I don't have to cut my thread. But there are times when I've had to, something's happened in the machine and it's gotten stuck, and you can't pull it forward because you can't get to the thread. So that's a really good thing, is just get out of that tension disc first and then try and work it out. But you can also just cut it and pull it through. The big thing is just to keep that tension disc always going the same way, or getting the thread out of it. Yeah. It's like,
If it doesn't go the same way, then that's where you run into tension issues and the lint and stuff that gets stuck in those tension discs, for sure.
Yeah.
So
how many of you have finished one block? We have a few people that can't see.
oh no.
So we're trying to give them some hints. So that's this one that says a little icon of film. It says view, click on that and choose speaker. So that might be it. Nancy, I think you should be able to go back after 30 days.
You can watch this anytime. There's no time limit.
And that's just what we select. So if you've taken classes from someone else, they may only select 30 days.
Yeah.
So, but we selected, it just stays up there.
Yeah.
So, and they want to see your pretty smile.
Oh. How are we doing?
Susan's working on her third. So is Debbie.
Yes,
And Dee Swarb has finished all her scissors.
yes.
You want to see everyone?
Laurel's there too, Miss Laurel. Let's see. Yeah, I want to
Chris
see.
wants to see you all.
Want to see.
So ready? All of you smile and wave for Chris.
Show me your vlogs if you're done with your vlogs. Oh my gosh, this is so fun. Becky.
Look, Charlene's
So
got
happy.
two.
Oh, Becky.
Oh.
Yes. Nice, nice, nice. Some of you are using your own fabrics. That's awesome. Oh my goodness, this is so cool. Are you guys okay with this hybrid event, doing it this way? It's a little different, right? It's a little different, but I hope, we're had to work out a few kinks, but I think we're getting there. I just wish all of you were under one roof together, all of us in the same place, right? Wouldn't that be so fun? Hi, Anne. Good to see you. Scroll through there.
She wants to see all of you at once.
That's not much.
Oh,
You guys are
look at
awesome.
Carolyn's blog.
Hi,
Looks
Marianne.
Good.
Oh, so fun. I love it. I love seeing you all. Cheryl, you look great. Oh my goodness. Yes, 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 yes. Some of you are starting the third one. Can you view on the comments right there?
You know what? We can actually.
Some of you, it looks like you're finished 2 blocks. Some of you finished 3. That is awesome. Oh, I was looking too serious. I'm never serious, right?
Oh, there's been a time or two. It passes quickly. Judy says one of these days she's going to make it to you.
That's right, Judy Race. I look forward to that. Oh, there you
So
go.
for Leanne, for the scissor block, if you are doing the background quilting, you want to use a 5x7. If you are not doing it, you can use a 4x4.
Yep. Good. I'm so glad that some of you are liking the format. I know it's a little bit different and we just like to change things up, right? Oh, good. That's kind of interesting. Scroll down right there. Sandy said she'll start doing that. I'll start doing that. I wasn't able to have my fabric ready, but I love the slower pace. I feel like I could keep up. That's good to know.
Get
Yeah.
going. Get ready for that next block. Just
Yeah.
go cut those ones out and then you'll be ready to
3
start with it.
o'clock Mountain Time is when
Yeah.
we're going to start the tomato.
So 10 minutes, 11 minutes about, and you could have that cut out. That's
Yeah.
not too hard. Just cut as you go type of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck. Let me know if you need me.
And we're hoping like we're going to teach one block, but the slower pace will give you time to hopefully finish some of those other blocks. So. And Pam, if you're bouncing in and out, hopefully we're not anymore, but if you are, go ahead and just start and hopefully it will just like re-sign you back up. Oh yeah, it still picks me up.
Oh, good.
It just picks up this better. So, and I could,
Sherry, how's your block going?
I got one done.
Woohoo! All right.
It should go ahead and like if you're watching it and it's bumping in and out, it should catch back up. Like it will bump you in. So if you're just stitching, you might stitch a little bit by yourself and then you can come back in and when your internet jumps back in. Stacy just got off work and is joining from the gym. They have embroidery machines at the gym. I love that, Stacy. Way to be committed to both things. And Cindy says she's not able to sew, but she is learning. And so, like I said, you will be able to watch this again. I'm sure it will be even more entertaining the second time. Might maybe want to skip the first part for just a minute. And Joanne snuck and worked ahead and is working on some of the mini quilts today. Well, we're glad we can keep you company. A tip for inserting the brad in the center. Who told me one? Someone said, use your seam ripper and poke that little hole. So just use that tip of your seam ripper to poke the center spot. And when you embroider, hang on, I got to see what I'm seeing. So right here, there is a little spot. You can get the light right there where it doesn't stitch as much. So that's where you're putting that brad. So you just grab your little seam ripper. And I don't have my seam ripper. So I'm going to use some little sharp scissors and just put in there. It is a little tricky because you have to go through that batting. And actually, what I'm finding is I'm poking into my wool mat with the tips of my scissors. Can you see that? So, and all it is just a little teeny hole, like you really can't even see it from the front, but it is there. What hoop do we need? A what? Are they just gonna have to go bigger? Good job. Okay, I'm gonna go into Minty. Actually, let me look through more of these. The schedule. So it was emailed to you at one point, I know, but here's the schedule. So at 3, we start the pincushion. So that's in 7 minutes. Then the flying geese. Then we'll have a dinner break for an hour. And then the spool block. And this one is one, it's a little bit tricky. I know last time we taught it, we had some people that were getting confused with all of the steps. There is a place in your book. And when we get there, if I don't say something, remind me, because it just kind of goes through the steps as they're listed. So you remember to put all the right fabrics in the right places. And then the last block is a So Happy block, which is an easy one. And then tomorrow, the dress form block, the sewing machine block, the lunch break block, the iron block, and then we'll go over border blocks for background quilting. So there's kind of, like I said, that loose schedule when you go into those, and it's like the scissor block. There's 4 of them. So a lot of people got 4 done. Some people maybe got 1. So if you finish another one, like there's only 1 flying geese block and we have a little bit more time there. But if you finish one and it goes into dinner break, then you can go ahead and go back and sew those scissors block. So and Jackie, if you're bouncing if you have a smartphone, you might be able to pull this in on a smartphone if you're having to bounce between your sewing room and a computer or something like that. So go ahead and just, I know when I'm sewing and doing like a Zoom, I have an iPad that's there. So it's just by my sewing machine and I'm able to move it a little bit easier. And the background quilting for the spool 3, let me look at notes. And the batting cut sizes. So there's not a place in the book for that. Generally, what they say is to go an inch bigger than the finished size. So if this block finishes at 4.5 by 4.5, then you can make it 5.5 by 5.5 and trim that extra off. So this is the agenda we did for here. Yours was just in an email. So it was just like kind of typed out. if you guys want this, is that helpful? I don't know. You could take a picture. We'll hold it there. Look. Or you could, I'm trying to think if I could send it. I don't remember which computer it's on, so we can look for it and maybe send it out tonight. So Sandy, you'll be able to, you have one block done, yay! And you'll be able to watch this again. We'll send it out. It's usually we say about 3 business days after the event. We have this event and then we have another event right after with a Kimberbell event. I think, or we just finished Kimberbell. So we have to give Eric just a minute. And I don't think he'll have very much editing on this. We might have him take out a little bit at the beginning. And if it gets too long, he may have to download it and combine them together. So, Stacy, this is my block. Kathy already did her pink block, but I will show you. We have one of every color. So there's the gray one. There's the yellow one. There's the one on dark blue. This one was kind of crazy. I'm like, I don't know if I love my color choices there with the light batting or the light. Yeah. So, but there you go. This one is Kathy's. And this one is mine. So see, there you go. They're just teasing me because Kathy didn't get hers all stitched out. So Becky, KDQ 183. Let me look and just see if I have it. Was 183. Okay, so 183 is, it's in there. So when you get the quilting files, you have to remember they're all the different sizes. So even though you don't maybe need a 4x4 of all of them, they all give you a 4x4 and they're all going to give you all of the different sizes. So that makes it great because then you can adjust your, yours on your, for what you need. Like if you want to sew something different, you'll still have those quilting designs. If you want to use them with clear blue tiles, you can still use those quilting designs. So you'll just have to scroll through. And I know that there are a lot there in those designs. So that's my advice for that. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Kathy says the Kimberbell tweezers would work good. And honestly, I have the wool mat hair and that worked really good. So the KDQ 4x4 is the block by block size. I'm just saying that you get it in all the sizes. So some of them, like the scissor blocks, are the 4x4, but you might use the same design on a bigger design. So it would be a 5x7. So that's on this one, it's the 4x4. All right. Marley's, I'd love to see you using the pink for both blades. I think that would be a great idea. Or even like maybe a little bit darker pink. The video will be emailed out later. Oh, Kathy answered that one. And Donna, I'm jealous you took a nap. It's okay. We're just on the first block. We pulled in the quilting design and we just did that. So pull in your quilting design, pull in your embroidery design and start stitching out.
Yeah.
Oh, Minty, let's go back to that. Yep. Yes, Nancy, I will try and let you know what page we're on. Sandy, we probably won't get to stitching them together. So, we'll kind of see, but I'm guessing probably not. Gloria, I know they're working on those books. You should be able to have that in your, those are for cutting the scissors. Hey, but I do have a solution. Chris is laughing at my scissors. Like, yeah, no, those are the scissor cutting ones or the zipper cutting ones. Yeah.
Tape there. It's gonna stay in that line, but that's okay.
This one. Okay, so these guys, when we got out their hoop, it's a little bit big. So Chris is showing them how to use it with the stabilizer we got them. So this schedule, like I said, it was emailed to you. It doesn't have the little dress form. It's just typed out. So you should look in your email to see that. Hey, I think we're through all the questions. So like I said, you're going to get your next hoop ready. They're just showing them how to basically put the stabilizer together to it's a little bit bigger hoop. Okay, let's try this. Hang on. All right, so let me come back here. We're going to share the screen for a second. And you should now see your names. So those are all the people there. We have Nicole right in the middle, which makes her laugh. And that probably means we have more than one Nicole. Or it might just mean that she was first. So that's kind of fun. And we're going to see if we can change the screen. Okay, what's your embroidery skill level? Is this your first project? We have one person here, it is. Are you a beginner, confident beginner? And to do this, you just go to menti.com and you type in the code 6340284. So look at that. We have a first project. I want to know who it is. If it's your first project, can you type it in Zoom? Because I want to know who you are. That's so exciting. Yep. Are you about ready for us over there? Yeah. All right. So we're going to stop sharing that for a minute. We'll go back to it in just a minute. So if you didn't get a vote, or if you sign in there, you should still be able to vote because it's not off. I'm just stopping the sharing so you will see what Chris is going to show us. All right. So hang on. There's that. And there we are. And we're going to go over to, let me just make sure there's no more questions. Okay. Okay, I think she's about ready. We're going to move over here. So stick with me. Get all your new friends. There they are, busy stitching. Hang on.
Okay. I am going to come over here to the screen though.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll.
Yeah, I mean.
Don't you love how this-
Push this, let's push this back.
No, we might be able to sit there. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. Let's get your stand, Sherry.
Yeah, the big one, and then PC, still PC.
Give me just a minute to get this.
You want the screen, the whole screen showing?
Yeah, I want the whole screen showing.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing we need to do before we go into the tomato pincushion is you need to pull all your fabrics together, which is the pretty little honeycomb right here. And then you have like the red radial star. And your batting, obviously, your red velveteen fabric. And you're going to need a piece of flexi foam. All right. Okay, we love the Kimberbell flexi foam, right, ladies? This is awesome for being able to give more dimension to our appliques. And it's especially fitting for being able to do the pincushion, right? It gives it more of a puffier feel. All right, so the first thing we need to do is delete what was already on our screen because we just got done with the scissors. Hey, Allison, could you come over and see how well they can see from this end? No, you can see right there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit return and delete. Or I could have hit the home button too. All right, I'm going to first find our background quilting design. So the background quilting design, by the way, for those following along in the book, we are on page 12, all right? So if you're using no quilting, you use a 5x7 hoop. If you're using background quilting, you're gonna use the 6x10 or 8x12. We're looking up KDQ 183, the hobby design. So I'm gonna go to my USB and scroll, whoops, back up. Hobby design. And it is the 4x6 hobby design. This one's so cute with the scissors and the little pin cushions and the spools and buttons, absolutely adorable. So remember, we're bringing in our background quilting first, and then our pin cushion goes on top. So I'm going to hit set. And again, I don't want to hit embroidery yet, right? No hitting embroidery quite yet because we need to add the design. So what I'll do now is go back to my USB and I go to my So Happy file. And I am going to be looking for the tomato pin cushion. So scroll down and I see it right here. Boom, bada bing. And I'll hit set. Ta-da! See how my tomato pincushion is in the middle there? It's centered. It may seem a little off to one side, but that's because you have a thread going down through. So this is perfect exactly where it's at. And now I'm going to hit embroidery. So now both of my designs are combined. For those of you who are not doing background quilting, you don't need to do all those steps. You would just simply pull in the tomato pin cushion. Are we good? Is everyone set on combining their designs? Okay, so I want to make sure everyone's set there. And again, we're just hooping the light mesh cutaway stabilizer. And if you're watching from home, you're gonna notice I have a really big hoop I'm using because these are the hoops that were included in these machines. So I didn't have my 6x10 or 8x12 with me. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and move that. Okay, so I'm ready to start stitching. So I'm just gonna talk you through it as we all stitch together. So if you're doing the background quilting design, what is the first stitch that's gonna happen? Anyone? Only two people know? Okay, Dawn. You're focusing. That's right. You're gonna do the placement line for your bag. Dawn gets the prize for answering. Dawn, you get a prize. All right, so remember, we're on page 10, but we have to do the background quilting before we do the actual pincushion. All right, up next is the batting piece. So I have it already pre-cut. Someone was asking earlier, how do you know what to pre-cut your pieces at? If you want to pre-cut them, oftentimes I'll just use scraps and I just cut from, you know, whatever, if it fits, it works, right? But if you are wanting to pre-cut them, which is nice, then I always look at what the measurement is at the very end of the directions. And if it says square it up to 6.5 by 6.5, I will actually cut my batting to be 7 by 7. So that's a little trick for you is you just look at the last measurement in the book and then you add a 1/2 inch. So, okay, I'm going to take my batting and again, place it over the tack down or the placement line, put down and hit start. You'll notice that the tack down goes over twice, which is always a good thing. I love it when digitizers go over tack down stitches 2 times. That way it helps prevent those threads from popping as I cut out the excess. And I'm going to grab my Kimberbell scissors and go to trim that away. I'm just going to pull it up on the sides and my duck bill is towards the center. And I'm doing it while it's still in the hoop. So sometimes my duck bill's going to go out, but I feel like I'm still getting a pretty good trim. If you want to make sure, and if it's a little tricky, then just carefully remove your hoop from your machine. How are we doing? We all are good? Good. Okay, the next step is the placement outline for my fabric. Put down and hit start. And I have my honeycomb fabric that's already been backed with the fusible backing. Like this, so I'm ready to just place it over top of the placement outline. Right in the center. Now, you could use tape if you wanted to, but I don't feel like I need to on this. I'm just gonna kind of hold it steady while it starts and then let it go. Sorry about that. Someone in class earlier asked if we trim the fabric at this time before the quilting, and the answer is no. You want to keep this the way it is. You don't need to trim this until after the entire block is complete. Okay, next we're going to do that adorable background stitching. And you, again, you can use any color you want. I'm gonna use a little bit darker pink on mine. But it is just, it's cute as can be. See if I can make it not so shaky for those of you at home. Or just on a bouncy table. What do y'all think of that background quilting? Isn't that so cute? We love it. And let me know if you have any questions. And is our pace going okay? Hi, Sherry. It's kind of like the camera
I know that's-
shakes too.
You couldn't see it over there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Barb says she loves the quilting.
That's.
I'm with you. It is so cute and I can picture it on lots of different things for sure. Oh, good. Janine's liking the pace. Good, good, good.
That's kind of usually likes the color you're using.
Happy are the colors I'm using. Okay. For you. You gotta love this, right? Okay, so my background quilting is now done and it's going to be time to do the placement outline. I'm actually going to switch thread colors because I used pink for the background quilting, but I think I'm going to change to a darker color just so that I can see it better. All right, so that's what I'm going to do, but it's totally up to you. Okay, so I'm going to switch out colors right now. Yeah, but darker color you can. Yeah, that'll work. And do you have the green floss? Floss. You'll also want to get out your green floss that we'll be using in here in just a minute. So this is the green floss you're gonna want to get out. There soon. Isn't it wonderful that all of this is included? So nice to have all of these here. Okay. Again, I'm on page 10, if you'd like to follow along that way. The file is loaded in, and we're gonna now stitch the pincushion base placement line. So I'll go ahead and put my foot down and hit start. Have your flexi foam ready. All right, so my placement line is right here on the tomato pincushion. I'm going to take my flexi foam and place it down, making sure to cover the whole thing. Again, if you want extra security, you could put a little piece of paper tape there, but you don't have to. I'm going to go ahead and put my foot down. It's going to do the tack down stitch. I'm going to hold it in place just for the first few seconds, and then I'll remove my hand. Go over 2 times. And on this one, I think I'm going to use my flexi snips here, part of the Kimberbell scissor set. And I am going to remove it from the machine. How's everyone out there doing? You doing all right? I have the instructions up on the screen, so they're also following along with that. Pull this down this way. There we go. You see how we can just do little snips all the way around. The flexi foam was not included in the kit. The flexi foam was separate. So if you don't have flexi foam, perhaps you might have a scrap laying around, or you could even do it without the flexi foam. Okay, so you can see that right there. What's going to happen now is it's going to stitch some outlines of the tomato, and so I know where to place the fabric. Ooh, that's a great idea. Jenny said that she heard in a pinch, you can use 2 layers of batting in place of flexi foam. That's awesome. And yeah, if you have some by Annie, that works as well. Great ideas. Oops, put it in the wrong way. Okay. That up there. All right, let's go ahead and do the placement outline for the fabric.
I have my. Right now. All right, it's done the placement outline. I'm now going to take this piece of red fabric, right side up, and place it over the entire pin cushion. Just like that. I'm sure it's nice and smooth. And then I'll go back down and do the tack down stitch. Your outline. Okay, so this is what it looks like. But I want you to pay really close attention to what you're actually cutting away, right? Because you basically have 3 sections of the tomato pincushion here, but you need to cut away the center of it. Right? Because the center is where the velveteen is going to go. So I'm going to ask Allison if she can do that for us. And then or actually, no, I'm going to have Sherry. Sherry's going to take over from here and I'm going to go ahead and work with the class that's here. And then I'll come back here in just a minute. Okay, Sherry? So you're just going to trim this out right here.
Okay, how are we doing? Any questions? Oh, I like the darker red. That looks really good. Clearly see that cookie.
There we go. How are y'all doing? How are you guys all doing? You sewing along still? All right, so we're just gonna trim this. Just start stitching and she says, careful where you're cutting. I got all nervous. I think we're good. What's everyone doing? See. Stitching, stitching. Sorry, you need to watch me bring it back down here. I'm like, wait, I think that camera is. Can you guys hear me now? You should be skipping, it's like, oh, no, that's- Chris was talking to everyone else out there and she's like, make sure you pay attention. I thought it was to me. I think my favorite part of this block is this red velveteen. So stunning on there. So I think that's all where Chris wanted me to take you to was there. How about now? Is that better? Chris is coming back this way. I don't know if she's gonna come back and show you or if she wants me to go on. So hang on. Say, do you want? We got the go ahead. So sad. Have this thread attached to everything. All right, so let's see where we are here. Okay, I had to see where we at. So it's the placement line next, right? Okay. Do what? No. She likes to have this mic all to herself.
No, I don't. No. I was just gonna, the recommendation I was giving people is that when you do put this on, hold it a little taut because it's going, like, it wants to puff up a little bit. So just when you hold on to it, just hold it taut as it's stitching. That's all.
Good to know. Okay, we're gonna show you this. You didn't need a topper on this. All right. Make sure you put the nice side up. I'm getting my mic memos now. All right, there we go. So we have that. It's not super tight, but it is taut. And we're just gonna go ahead and lower our foot and start stitching. We're getting a little bit of puffed here, so that's fantastic. Reminds me of Anna Green Gables and her puffed sleeves. Okay, and we're gonna trim it and then it's gonna sew our satin stitch. So we'll lift this up, bring it out. Bring you over here. Did know that this frame is super huge. This is called, we got very close on this corner. I wouldn't recommend getting this close. It moved on me as I was taping it and I got distracted by everything going on, but it worked out. Looks like Judy looks like Kathy answered you that there is the embroidery club 15 sale is on today. So if you're needing, it's a good time to stock up on your stabilizers, your Kimberbell tape. If you don't have Kimberbell scissors, some of those. Yeah. Okay. That little snip. Yeah, up here especially. So we moved over to our little snips. Love the snips. Other thing that's kind of good with these is like you can kind of feel that you're not getting that other little fabric. So So let me tell you what's going on in class. Someone stitched it upside down. Not a big deal. Chris loves to unpick. Don't you wish she was with you when you were teaching every single class or going stitching out? Be like, ah, did this wrong. Here, Chris, you stitched it. Unpick this. So that's just some of my Kimberbell tape. The other thing is if you have a lint roller, that is great for this type of thing. So we'll just put that on there, use that one all up. Grab our next one, and then we can kind of see if we need to go trim anything else up a little bit better. Just like that. Cleaning that up just a little bit more. Leanne, I love that. To remove the cut up pieces of fabric, I bought a mini hand vacuum. It works great. All right, I think we're ready to stitch the next thing. I was trying to grab my computer. I'm like, what is that? It's a cup of water. Good thing we didn't knock that over. All right, so there is our tomato. There's Chris. You guys, yeah, you don't believe me? I told him, I said, Chris is unpicking because we want to invite her. Look at, she just, we're inviting you to all of our projects so that you can unpick everything I so wrong. Yes, she says she loves it. I guess it's not as bad when it's someone else's mistake and you're not super frustrated. All right, so we are ready to stitch this one out. You can see there's the tomato. This is actually a pretty dang good view right there of it. So I know. And we've got our green thread in. Ah. I mean, we can just go where. So it's stitching those stitches that kind of build a nice foundation for that satin stitch. And this is one, if you start seeing white on this, I would definitely stop your machine and change out your bobbin to match, because that means your tension's off just a little bit and it's pulling it to the top. But ours looks good. It's got it down. I can't see any white. So and Kathy let everyone know that she just emailed the schedule. So the schedule that's printed out on the little dress form. Let me know if it's too bouncy. We'll try and hold it or something. Thing is, it's like the whole table. So I have to hold it up. There you go. See, now it's not bouncy. Okay, why that stitches. I'm going to come back here. We're going to talk to you for a minute. We're going to show you see if we can screen share this again. Maybe we are. Get a little ways away from the machine. Okay, let's go screen share. Hang on. I don't know where it's sharing. There it is. So there's the Menti, and that's the one where we were finding out what your skill level was. So if you want to vote on that, we'll do a couple of these while this is stitching out, because this is kind of a long stitch out. We have 11 minutes left. So we have a couple where it's your first project. Couple beginners, some confident beginners, some advanced, couple experts. So that's fantastic. Now, if you want to do this, you're going to go off of, so like if you're on your phone, you would just go to a new tab, or on your computer, go to a new tab, and you can just look at the menti.com and you use code 6340284 and you are able to participate in this. So it will tell you, like, it'll give you a chance to just vote on those. Have a few more people voting, so we'll let them vote. Our stitch out is going great here. Our little pin cushion is looking nice and puffy. Okay, so we're gonna go to our next Menti one. This one's, I think, kind of a fun one. What state are you sewing in? So let's see where everyone's joining us from. Are you joining us from Utah? I know we have a lot here. We have, there it is, nice and big. Look at, here comes in Arizona, California. I love these. Georgia, Oklahoma, California, Idaho, Texas, Washington, Arkansas, Massachusetts. I love that you didn't get all the letters in there. I always have to go, how do you spell Massachusetts? There's Tennessee, Connecticut. Oh my goodness, this makes me so happy. You guys, girlfriends from all over. And there's Heidi Todd from Snohomish, Connecticut. We already say that one. Nevada, Iowa, Idaho, Ontario, Virginia. Which machine? Wisconsin, Minnesota. I went there in January, and let me tell you, it was balmy warm compared to Cache Valley right now. Colorado, Illinois. So if you don't know what this is a word cloud, and as you type it in, it's putting it down. And so the more people that type that, the bigger that state becomes. So Utah, we would expect to be the kind of the biggest, but look at that. Iowa and Arizona are hanging right in there. Missouri, Pennsylvania, Kentucky. So much fun. All right. Keep voting. As long as I see them coming in for a minute, we'll let you keep voting on those. The state of confusion. Amen. I think a lot of people would be that one, especially when we're trying something a little bit harder. Western Colorado. So fun. Okay, let's go to our next one. We've got 14 minutes of our 19-minute stitch out done. So we're going to go to okay, which block are you most excited to make? You've already got your scissors done. So this one, is it the sewing machine? Is it the iron? Is it So Happy? The dress form? The pin cushion? Oh, we're getting your happiness out of the way right away. The scissors, the flying geese. I love the flying geese. They're so fun. The thread spools. Now I'm going to tell you, in our last group, the thread spools scared a lot of people. So don't be afraid of the thread spools, or Do you guys want to know? Do you guys want to know? The sewing machine, isn't that a beautiful block? I love the fabric on the sewing machine. I love that it has the little block that sticks off the machine. All right. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. It looks like overall the sewing machine is number one, and I think it's a beautiful, beautiful block. Okay. We just got some happy noises from our, oh, we didn't, we have to sew. Hang on. Here we go. We're back. Okay, so we're going to, let me look through the comments real quick just to make sure there's none there that we need to answer. We have some people that weren't able to figure out Menti. That's okay. We got you. California, Texas, Michigan, Illinois. So fantastic. Okay. Janine says she missed the file for the pincushion. Will you please show the file? So the file, if you're bringing in the embroidery in the quilting design, let me bring it over here. How well can you see this? So later I'll try and hook this up. Maybe during dinner, we'll try and hook this up. So this is the directions. And this is the files. So for this one, for the quilting, it's KDQ 183, Hobby 6, the 4x6 design. So, and this is on page 10 in your, nope, not 10, it's on 12 of your book. So once again, you're going to be, if you want to use, if you're not quilting it, you're going to do a 5x7 hoop. And if you're doing background quilting, you'll use a 6x10 or an 8x12, or if you're us, you'll use this really huge 9x14 because we didn't pull the other ones out. So light mesh cutaway, fusible backing, and red and green thread. So then we come forward, you do your stitch placement line, put your flexi foam on, stitch, trim your flexi foam, and then you will cut, do the lines there that shows, and then you'll do your fabric, trim your fabric, do your velveteen. So we were looking for the quilting design files. So, and then we are on this step. So we've done this, and we are just going to do the little tomato leaves. So we got it there. And put our foot down, and we're going to stitch. And this one's a pretty quick little stitch out. Back you up a little bit. There we go. This makes me want like garden fresh tomatoes. Anyone else? So there's the end of our stitch out. And then the next line we're going to stitch is going to be the needle detail. Nope, just kidding, it's not. So this is the back leaves that we just stitched. The next thing we're going to do is stitch the floss tack down line. So the floss is the, I don't know where it went. There it is. All right. So the floss is this floss off of your embellishment kit. And We're gonna do it in green. That's what I was trying to figure out. So we'll go ahead and put it down and stitch it. I need to go back. No, I'm just thinking I stitched that line, but I needed the floss down first, right? They left me in charge. If you do that, just back up on your machine. And now you have the placement line, you know right where to put it. You want the headset or you want to unplug? All right. We're going to turn it over.
Okay, so just a couple things here. So before you put down the floss, you're going to tape it over and we can go back down here. We can. We'll bring that down here. So right here, right here. Where's that Diet Coke for Sherry?
That's true. I only had that big one. It's time for another.
We're gonna tape the floss down. Well, let's see if we can pull this out. I want to make sure we get this. Okay.
We need a little bit bigger hoop.
So you're gonna tape the floss down. Sherry did a little overkill, but it's fine. She wanted to make sure it was nice and down there. But it's only about a 1/4 inch down past the leaves. And then you place a piece of tape and then you let the other part of the floss go off to the left side of the hoop. And you'll also put a piece of tape there to hold it out of the way. And then it's going to do a tack down stitch over top to hold it into place.
And it'll look just like this.
Just like that. Exactly. So we'll try that again.
But you
There
have
we
to
go.
do that after.
Yeah. You're doing great, Sherry.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Does everyone know how to back up their machine? Because let me tell you, I do.
That's right.
Cheryl, we will email this out. So just so you know, we'll send you a link for that.
Oh, your Mac's about to go to. bye-bye.
Hang on. We're gonna get some power.
Okay, I'm gonna walk you through these next steps. And if your tomato is still sticking out, that's totally fine. Bring your eyes up to the screen for just a minute while that's finishing stitching. You're gonna take about 8 inches of your green cloth and you place it about a 1/4 inch past where the bottom leaves are. If it's a little bit more, that's fine too. But about a 1/4 inch past and place a piece of tape right over top of it. Then you need to have the rest of your floss going out towards the left-hand side of the hoop. And so that it's out of the way, and you're also gonna place a piece of tape.
You don't know when you have
over
the big
top, just to make sure it's out of the way.
block and it won't fit.
Then
So I
what's
plugged it in the
gonna
first time and
happen
it turned
is
everyone's
it's going to
power
do
off.
A tack down stitch over top of the embroidery block, holding it in place. After it's done the tack down stitch, that's when you do need to remove the tape. Because now it's going to do the rest of the loop over top of that embroidery. Yeah, so make sure that the tape has been removed, okay? Tape has been removed. Everyone together. Tape has been removed. Yeah, that'll be.
All right, we're back in business. We are back in business. So the floss is in your embellishment kit and it is on this. Okay, and it's just a little bit of green floss. So yes, and I am going to use green for the tack down stitch. Kathy, she said, maybe this block is yours. Oh no, we totally got this. We also turned the power off, so everything's going to re-go here for a second. Jeannie, I'm glad that you found us. So, okay. It's happy accidents. It's time for you to learn. I know some of you have been told this before. When you turn, like I had to plug in my block for my power for my computer and it's bigger and it wouldn't fit in any of the spots. So I unplugged, ended up unplugging the machine. And now look, when I come on, it says, is it okay to resume the file? And we get to say, yep. And look, there we are. So I did back it up already, but to back it up, I just hit this and then I would just hit that to back it up. So these arrows will back it up a whole step. Yeah, show you that a little bit better. And these will back it up in increments. So, or back up or go forward. So that's really handy when you are like if you have your bobbin run out or your thread break or something like that, because you're able to go back those few little stitches to pick up where you left off instead of having a gap in your stitching. So there's that. Let me get this in there. This big frame in here again. And we got our floss taped down. Let me show you something else on this Altair that I love. If I'm not sure where it's going to stitch, oh, it's right there. Then I can click this and this is going to put a little laser dot down. And so it's this little red dot there. So let me back up. So I'm just clicking through the designs here. And that's where I'm at, is I want to stitch that one. So it is there. It is in place. We put the foot down and we hit stitch. Okay. And that is tacked down there. And we're just going to leave that taped up and do the next stitch, which is the second set of leaves. So put our embroidery foot down and hit embroider. Okay, sorry, they were asking me some questions about the bobbins. All right, so here we go. So we have that down and we're gonna go ahead and go. And I did remove the tape, just so you guys know that. I did see that. That's why I stopped it. And then I got asked a question. I was like, oh, we need to take that tape off. And then I trimmed it just a little bit too. So. Marilyn, I did not use spray check. I did see that note. I mean, it's a good idea, especially with that velveteen because it tends to fray quite a bit. So I would say, especially on anything that you were going to be washing, that you would want to do that. So the next thing we're going to do is the needle. And so we want to change thread. And that is, let me look real quick in the book. That is on step number 11. So you're going to go to your gray, or if you have a metallic thread that you want to use, that would be super cool. I'm doing good. We're going to do our needle. We're going to do a purple needle. Just kidding. That's Kathy's. Kathy's already been like, I think this one's yours. She doesn't trust me. I'm going to trim those a little bit better. We're using, I think we're going to go with the nautical blue. It's just kind of got a silver look to it. And it's going to be a short little stitch out here. Oh, we're going to have to thread that needle though. Okay. It did, it did thread it. It looked weird for a minute. All right, so we are good to go. I love this little pin cushion, the little needle and thread, but the cutest are those little straight pins with the toppers on there that you stick in it. So cute. So that one's done. And next we're going to stitch our thread. And this one you can do whatever color you want. If you want to do green or red or whatever color. Chris, will you hand me the red thread? Thread your needle. Janine, are you looking for the pin cushion? So this is the pin cushion. It looks like the tomato. Are you looking for it in your files? Are you looking for it? We're on page 12 and 13 in the book. Yep. Okay. See these bloom pins? So I'm just going to show you what this looks like. Oh, let me do the cut lines. The cut lines, it does not matter the trimming guides, which color. So we're going to and there's our magic sound. Janine, all you can find is the pinwheel file. Are you looking on like to stitch it for your embroidery machine? So there it is. There's our little block. Here's our, and this is to attach, whoa, this is to attach your little tomato, your little strawberry is what it is. So there's your bloom pins. So you get to choose which ones you like. Look at how cute. Look at that. Aren't those cute? So cute. Obviously, you don't want to put those in until you're done putting it all together. They'll get in your way, but just wanted to show you. Put my pins back in there. What is the number of the file? Let me look. So the file is called, let me just looking for it here. We're going to show you. Okay, so we finished embroidering. We're going to hit OK. We're going to come back. And and return. Okay, so, whoops, there we go. There is our, where we're gonna go find our files. So this has got a lot of stuff on there. It's just random stuff. I usually will pull over just the designs I need. So this is in the So Happy file, because that's the name of the quilt. And if you click in there, we're sewing on a PES, so it's pulled those up. And the pin cushion is called KD 813 5x7 pin cushion. So if you look at it, it's like right there. So KD 813 5x7 pin cushion is the name of that. Does that help you? So does Janine, does that help you? Let me know if you were able to find it. If not, we can help you look and try and find that in the files. Like I said, you do have to go into each project. So that's one thing to know that is kind of a little bit different in the Kimberbell book, is that when you go in there, the So Happy is the first one. So like you have your first page, you have getting started, and all of this stuff here is for your first project, which is the So Happy quilt. And that's the name of it because of that block right there. So those are your cut instructions for just the quilt. It's not everything, all of that bonus projects. And I think they did that just because sometimes you want to just cut the bonus project and it's easier to look at what else you need to cut out for just that. So all of these instructions clear up to page. So page 34 is just the quilt. So then when I go to page 35 at the top, it says running on empty, and that is for that. So here's your cut instructions, what size blocks you need, and let me show you. Because I didn't pull this one out because I'm like, it's just a few pages. I knew we weren't going to be working on it here. So that you're running on empty starts there. And there's your cutting guides. And then there's your picture of what it's going to look like, your stabilizer, embellishments. There's your directions for the blocks. And then a close-up of all of the blocks, how to trim them. And then there's an empty spool block there, since that's different from all of the other blocks. So that's there. And then it talks about finishing the little quiltlet right there. And then this is the back page, is the next, it's the first page of the project, Sewing is My Sunshine. So that's where that project starts. So just know that if you're just seeing maybe some different files, you probably need to go down into the folders a little bit more and find them. So it's the not running on it. I was reading that. It's the So Happy. So that is your quilt that you're looking for. If you did background cutting or background quilting, the stitch lines are pretty close. So you're probably good with those. It looks like it does just a little teeny tiny bit bigger. So you can kind of see that. It's like not even an 1/8 of an inch there. So you can probably skip it. I did them, but there they are. Any other questions? Because I'm full of it. Hopefully some of the answers, right? Are the cutting guideline on the PDF on the disc for all the designs or just the quilt? It's for all of the bonus things. And if you bought the fabric kit, you have enough fabric for all of the bonus projects. They're not really bonus projects, they're just other projects in there. So you will have I said, you have the quilt. This one's called So Happy. I think this one is called Running on Empty. It's got that empty spool there. And then there's these little frames that are so cute. There's the, if you can see it here, the little pin cushions are adorable. But there's like, I think there's 3, because there's that mini quilt, this mini quilt, and this mini quilt. And then there's these other little, which they're kind of on the front, these little things here, the little hoops. And they do this So Happy one here, I think is done on a piece of screen. And then the other ones are just on material. So kind of fun to have all of the stuff. Plus, if you haven't looked and don't notice yet, it includes your background fabric. So, and your binding and your borders and everything's included in the kit. So I cut my book. So I had, because we kind of end up doing some crazy things here sometimes, and mine was not attached to the front, and I just was like, we're going to cut it apart. And that also allows me to take it out if I want to and hold it up a little bit easier. So yep, you could print it. And I know we have a few people, we got one bad batch of books where it skips a section, and we are getting those people. If you look through your book and you're missing that and you haven't talked to our customer service, if you let them know, because we don't know who got those, but it's just what happened is they duplicated a section. So when you take this apart, you realize that it's put together in 3 different sections. And so they, like 2 of the sections got repeated. So if you did that, then go ahead and just contact customer service at info@mygirlfriendsquiltshop, and they can we'll get you a new book on the way. So it says when you're doing the background quilting on the filler block, should you be cutting them a smaller amount larger than cutting instructions? So we have on the back of all of ours that we quilt, we have fusible, and we have found that it doesn't, what happens if you don't have the fusible on is it might tend to just shrink as those stitches go in, it will shrink just a little bit. So in that case, then having those cutting lines, like it may have shrunk just that much. Okay. And like I said, it's really not too much. Like on the one side, it's not even like a blade's width. On the other side, it's just a teeny bit more. So it's definitely something you can look at. But like, you don't need to cut it bigger. Like your main piece, because it's plenty big, but when you trim it, you'll want to look. And like if you put the clear blue tiles, what did they say? I think they said I needed a Coke. So, but when you use the orange pop rulers, then you can see and you'll be just right on there. And all of that, even if you cut it a little bit bigger, all of those stitches should be in your seams, or you can unpick them. Or you can give them to Chris to unpick if she happens to be at your sewing spree. So yeah, Laura, that is another good option to have them spiral bound. But I decided my book was falling apart like at 10:30 at night, and I need an Office Depot that's open 24/7. So that, or I've actually I at one time toyed with getting one of those, but yeah. Yeah, Jennifer, if you don't want to call them, just email them too, and they can just get it on their way. So, yep. Joanna, the filler blocks are usually really small and there's not as much stitching on them. It's hit and miss. If you want to put it on there, that's great. If you don't, that's fine. And if you don't put it on there, just check it. Just so you know that. And on the filler blocks, you're just doing the quilting. So, you can just look at that. All right, did we answer all those questions? It's 4:30. Are we behind? We're a little bit behind. So we're gonna probably get going on those flying geese blocks here in just a minute. So if your pincushion is done, great. If it's not, work on finishing it up. And we will get transferring over to those flying geese blocks. We did tell you that schedule is a little bit loosey-goosey, right? Because as we run into things, as people are struggling with things, or if we get ahead, we'll do that. The last block we're doing is the happy block, and that one is just a stitching one. So yeah, Kathy, email me. Was it were you doing, here's a good thing. If on the background quilting, if it doesn't have the tack down stitches, you may be doing clear blue tile instead of block by block. You want the block by block ones because that's where you'll have the tack down stitches. So Leanne, so I'm going to show you. So there are some people that say to cut them 1 inch bigger. So this is how big I cut this. Okay, this is what the cut instructions said. And this is where how big the block is going to end up being. Okay, so just know that you have that extra space. It's just when you go to trim it, sometimes this trim line, because you did the quilting first, so you got this line around it. If you didn't do the quilting, then you'll just end up with these lines. So, but you don't want to necessarily cut them bigger because when you cut them bigger, then they were not going to fit in your quilt right. So don't cut this part bigger. I think that they were talking about is just kind of making sure that this was right. So like this has got your trim lines. So hopefully that helps. The batting in the flying geese, I think we are. Chris is going to teach that in just a second. But I know we cut some batting, so I'm pretty sure we will put batting in there. So then it has the same fill, and there is, I believe there. You look at the directions. Joanne, that's a good reminder. When she taped down the filler blocks for the background quilting, when pulling the tape off, you'd been really careful not to pull fabric threads with it. Yeah. Page 70, was that for me for the batting? So it is 4:30 our time. I saw someone else that we are going to break at about 5:30 for a dinner break. And people may still be stitching. We'll have gone through most of the directions for the flying geese, so they may be finishing up and stuff. We have an hour break for the dinner. So just, if you're stitching and want to go back and finish scissors, or even the So Happy block, it's just a stitch out one. It's easier. We're going to tackle the flying geese and then the spool blocks. So that one takes a while because there's 3 of them. Yeah, I had to look. I was like, wait, so there's 4 scissors, 3 spool blocks. And they do take a minute just because the blocks are pieced in the hoop. And so there's just a lot of steps to them and you just have to go in order or else it kind of gets a little confusing, but they're so cute when they're done. So just know that. So if you get ahead of us, I would go to the So Happy block, stitch it, and then come back and you'll be kind of on schedule and you'll finish earlier, especially those of you that are more of our East Coast friends. You may want to do that if you're going to stop and eat dinner now, but we'll probably be starting that at those other Flying Geese blocks in just a few minutes.
Like I'm thinking a cute little tote of some sort. I don't know. What else? Someone said something. You know, some of you are wearing aprons, sewing aprons. That would be kind of cute, is having this on your sewing apron. So there are some fun things. Oh my goodness, I think we need to take a stretch. Everybody stand up.
You guys too,
Let's
stand up.
stand up. If you're watching from home, stand up as well.
I'm gonna be watching, see if you stand up. Get this up there.
Find a little.
She's gonna be
something.
doing
Stand up and let's
some
do
Chris yoga.
stretching. Stretch those arms back, those shoulders, shrug those shoulders. Let's see. Trying to find some good music here for a minute. Do, do, do. Hey, this is for you, Shira. Jackie, where's Jackie? Woohoo! Will you get that on her?
Okay, Jackie's apparently leading us in Jackie dancing yoga.
Shake it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that feels so good.
Wowza.
Go the other way. They're gonna think we're silly, huh? They're gonna think we're crazy. Hey, she's peeing us.
Hey, you guys have to show off to the ladies out there. They need to see all what they're missing, right?
All right. Good job. Good job. All right.
Woo-hoo! We're a little behind. That's okay. That's totally okay, right? Okay, let's talk about piecing in the hoop. Woo-hoo! I'm so excited about this one. Let's take a look. No matter if you're doing no quilting or background quilting, you're still going to use the 5x7 hoop on this one. So pull out the 5x7 hoop, and what you're going to use is light mesh cutaway. Light mesh cutaway in your hoop all by itself. Now, on our background blocks before, we've always put the fusible backing on the back. On these blocks, however, you do not need to do that. If you already did, it's okay. So don't worry, but you don't have to. All right. So we're doing piecing in the hoop.
How many of you, I think I asked this earlier, but now I can't remember. How many have never peeked in the hoop before? There was just a couple, 2, 3 of you. Okay. All right. So, have you ever done like foundation paper piecing on the sewing machine? Very similar to that in a sense that you're, following some lines and so forth, but it's actually so much easier. So, and a lot more fun. The thread you're going to want to use is most likely white. Now, it's going to stitch some placement outlines for you on top of the batting. And if you have a hard time finding where those shapes are, then you may want to go with a darker thread to stitch out the first part, but you don't have to. If you feel like I'm good, I can do it with white, but just know that your white is on top of the batting. So gray is a good one. Okay, Jackie's liked the gray. So it's totally up to you. Some kind of neutral color would be just fine. And you can see here that this is what's going to stitch out. So you have kind of your light blue fabric, your gold mustard fabric, and then the darker blue fabric. So let's pull those out. And then your background fabric is going to be the white with the dots. All righty. So let's see how this works. Oh, let's go ahead and bring our designs together first. So I want you to bring in first KDQ 181, radial lines. Now we're still bringing in the background first with the design on top. However, we're gonna skip ahead on a couple of the thread changes, and then we'll go backwards. So we're gonna get really good at our plus minus button on our machines, all right? Going back
Good
and
thing I
forth.
taught you guys.
Exactly. So you still bring in your background quilting. So again, we're using KDQ 181 radial lines.
You want to know if it's gonna be on top of the batting or the stabilizer? Stabilizer, then batting.
Stabilizer, then batting, then it's gonna stitch out the lines. Yep. Okay. And then we're gonna bring in the flying geese block on top of it. So go ahead and bring both of those together. Okay, so background quilting first, radial lines, the piecing on top. But remember, and I want you to stick with me on this because I hate for you to move ahead and then go, oh man, I already stitched out my quilting when I wasn't supposed to do that till the very end, right? So we'll go through that. Different people have different ways of doing this. This is just the way that I prefer doing these blocks. Okay. All righty. So once that is in, let's go ahead and stitch out your placement outline. So let's take a look at what's happening here. Okay, we're stitching out the placement outline just like we normally do. We know how this is done, right? You have a different way.
The same thing on advanced. The thing when you start at the beginning, you don't get to the most of the line because it's in there, the number of words. Does that make sense? I do it. I don't. So I have the instruction numbers go with each other.
Good to know.
So.
Okay. Then we're going to stitch place the batting on top, and then we're going to cut it out again, just like we normally would.
Okay.
So when Chris talks, can you guys hear her good? Give me like a thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure she's not talking right now, but. Maybe we'll come over. We're gonna come over to the machine and we'll show you guys.
Now you're.
Are you gonna do this?
Sure. Not on this
Sherry-
big here.
Sherry's gonna do this for all those of you at home on the machine. Okay, so turn your body.
So in the book, you're page 14 and 15 and 16. So
Okay, so we stitched the body and we turned it away.
over here.
Okay, so if you take a look at
I had
your
to peek at the hoops.
your screen. You should be on.
Okay, we're gonna hoop our stabilizer. Let me get the headphones.
Let me put that over here.
We rebels, sorry.
There's always different ways of doing things, right? And there's no wrong way.
She's,
Okay. So go ahead and.
Can you hear me?
Number 3.
now you can hear me, right? Chris is just talking to people, so I'm just gonna jump on this and we're gonna show you guys what we're doing. So we are gonna load both of the files in there. Okay, so we're just snooping. Okay, we're gonna load this. We're gonna load, show you guys. We are going to load the quilting designs. Let's go back. We're gonna go to the KDQ 181 radial lines 4x6 design. So KDQ 181 4x6 radial. So right there. Load that. We're gonna add. We're adding our designs. Which design? I got that one. Okay, and then flying geese. I was looking for the number. I'm like, oh, I can see the picture. It is KD 813 5x7 flying geese. Remember that Coke? I didn't get it yet. Okay, so That's set. We got both designs there. Let's go down a little bit. Then your glare's not quite as bad. Okay, so there it is. And then we are ready to embroider. So we hit embroidery and it's going to do our tack down. And we are going to change out our thread color to a little bit different color. We're going to go probably to gray. I think Jackie had a good suggestion that that one was a good color to use because you could see it, but it doesn't stand out a whole bunch. So going to gray. And we're going to go get the fabric. Hang on just a second. All right, so we got our fabric and we're gonna do the placement stitch. So if you're not doing the background quilting, you won't be doing this step. So this is going to be our trimming line. We're going to take this out and trim it. Oh. No worries. We just have an extra cord there for a minute. Yeah, Suzanne, I hope I don't trim the cord. Hey, Christine, we'll see you tomorrow. Like I said, we're gonna do a break after we get this one done, and then we'll do the spool blocks and then the happy block. So if you get back on tonight, you can do those ones or whatever, or if you want to join early in the morning. Like this, the So Happy one is just a stitch out. So you're just choosing colors and stitching. So have a good night, those of you that are leaving us. And we've got this all stitched or all trimmed. Hang on just a second. All right, we are back in business. So we're stitching the fabric placement line, and Chris went over this just a little bit. I was listening in and I was doing this, but she says she stitches this just so that she can see like where that needs to cover to. So if you have kind of that end line. So we're doing the quilting, we've stitched the placement line for the batting, then we tacked it down, and now this is the the next tack down line. Okay. Yeah, so Janine, yeah, on this one, yeah, because you want it, if you were to stitch the background quilting now, then it would be under all of your fabric. So we are gonna skip ahead and come back to that one. So let me show you.
Hey, how are we doing, Sherry?
Good, you want to tell them?
Want me to
This next up.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay, hi guys. I'm back with you, our friends at home. Hope you're having a good time. Let me see if I can answer some questions real quick. Done at the end. Yeah, Janine said they don't explain in the book that the background quilting would be done at the end and not the beginning. Yeah, because not everybody does background quilting, and so when it comes to background quilting, there are some separate instructions. And so that's why I like to, when I think about this, in fact, let's, where did my little sample go of the background quilting? This. So again, this is my sample I like to use. Background quilting always goes behind, right? And then we put the project on top, and this is so that we don't have the design on the back and the background quilting on top. So with flying geese blocks or any kind of piece blocks, of course we want to have the quilting on top of, hi Jackie, we want the quilting on top of the design of the pieced block, okay? So what we do is we just do just a little bit of a change right here. We still bring in the background quilting and we still bring the flying geese on top of it, but we skip a couple of steps and then we go back. So let me show you. So Sherry just stitched out the batting just as normal. We cut it just like normal. We did the outline for the the fabric, 1/4 inch outside, just as normal, right? But it takes us to this next step. Can get up close on this. Right here. So it takes us where it's step number 4, and this would be another, this would be a tack down stitch. What would normally be fabric there, but we're not going to worry about the fabric yet because we want to move ahead towards piecing the fabric. We don't have a background fabric to stitch down, so we don't need that step, right? There's no fabric as a full piece to do a tack down stitch on. So what we do instead, and we don't want the quilting yet because we want the quilting on afterwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, let me pull this down. Not sure how good they can see this. Let's see on this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the plus minus button on the needle. Can they see that?
Yep.
Okay. The plus minus needle, I'm going to go there. And then, again, I want you paying attention to the numbers up here. We're on step number 4. I want to skip ahead that step. I don't want that to stitch out. So I'm going to simply take the arrow that's going down. Look at that. It did stitch. It's now on step 5. And I know that because I can also see right here that the background quilting is there. But do I want the background quilting yet? No, I don't. Good job, Sherry. No, 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 we do not want background quilting yet. So guess what we're going to do? We're going to skip ahead. So I'm going to take my bottom arrow again. Ta-da! What's there now? It's the flying geese, right? So with the flying geese block, what this is it's basically, I'd like to call it a road map, if you will. It's a road map of what's happening here. Now, you're going to want to pay close attention in these next steps to this little picture and not this big picture. This big picture is kind of confusing. You got a whole bunch of lines going on there, don't you? You got background quilting designs going on there. It's a lot to look at. Just pay close attention to this step. Now that we're in the right place, this is going to do the roadmap as to where our stitching is going to go. And this is what we call the piecing template. And if you're on the same page for flying geese, I can't remember off the top of my head, what page is it? Let's see, 14. If you're on page 14 with me, you're going to see that now is the time to stitch the piecing template, and it says directly onto the stabilizer. Well, if we weren't doing background quilting, yes, we would be doing it on top of the stabilizer. But because we're doing background quilting, we're actually doing it on the batting instead. All right, so let's go forward.
See if
Are
that
there
answered her-
questions on that?
There's one question about putting the batting down, so I think you answered it, but
Yeah,
so
the
we did-
batting
yep.
is down.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so can they see okay right there? Yep. All right, so we're gonna stitch this out. Again, this is called the piecing template. And I want you just in your mind to substitute what the directions say when it says to stitch the piecing template directly onto the stabilizer. Just substitute stabilizer for batting. Okay, so we're actually stitching it onto the batting first. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, I do. Okay, so this is now stitching out. And I'm super excited. And if you've never done piecing in the hoop, you are in for a real treat because it really, really is a lot of fun. And once you get the hang of it, it's even more fun. The first few steps, if you've never done it before, you're going to be thinking to yourself, what am I doing here, right? But I promise you, it really is easy to do. So, and this is just going to stitch one more little line here. It's nothing to really worry about right now, but we'll just let it do its thing. Okay, my friends, let's take a look at what just stitched out. Okay. And if you've ever done perfectly piece, I see Leanne is saying that she loves doing the me time piecing. You're absolutely right. It is so much fun to do. Okay, so we have the template for where we need to go. So the first direction says to place the goose one fabric right side up, completely centered over section one. Now, the goose, when you talk about a flying geese block, the anatomy of a flying geese block is that this is the goose, right? And these, the background is what some might refer to as the sky. So the geese are in the sky, or they might refer to it as the wings. I've heard it both ways. But when they say the goose block, you're looking at that main center triangle, all right? So we're going to place fabric number one directly over top of it, and we have it centered. Now, the reason why I like this 1/4 inch that we stitched down here is because we want to make sure that this fabric extends over top of the 1/4 inch. So you don't want to line it up here. Okay, you want to make sure and extend it over the 1/4 inch. So simply just kind of center that right there. And then we're going to go ahead and stitch. The next stitch that's going to happen is it's going to be a line that is your tack down stitch, and it's going to go on the right hand side here, just like that. And then we know exactly where to trim away the excess fabric. All right. So if you think about it, this line is going to show us where to trim, and it's also going to show us where to place. It has two functions. The line has two functions. We know where to trim. We know where to place our next fabric. Let me show you how this is done. So we're going to put this back into the machine and stitch out the line. Okay, now I'm going to stitch, or I'm going to cut, excuse me. I'm going to cut close to the line. I'm going to use my little flexi snips to do that. Pretty simple. And it's trimmed away. You see how it's just removed? It was right there. And now it's not. Okay, so we trim that. So remember, we talked about two functions. We talked about how it's the trimming line, but it's also the placement line. So the placement line is where we're going to place our background fabric. This means there is a definite right side and wrong side to our placement fabric, or to our background fabric. And so we're going to place it right side down, centered along that line. Just right there. Can you see that okay? Okay, so just lining it up right against that line, but centered. Right, when I put it back into the machine, it will do the tack down stitch so that we know where to fold it up and over. So let's do that. Okay. This has now been stitched down. You can see the tack down stitches right there. So now what I can do is I flip it up and over. Just like we would with regular piecing, right? This is a time when you want to use like a small mini iron if you want to, or you can do a finger press. One of my favorite tools that we talk about quite often here at Girlfriends is the Clover fabric folding pin. And if you've never seen this, I think you're gonna like it. How many of you have this pin already at home and love to use it? Let me know in the comments. It's one of my favorite notions to have. Yeah, Carla says she loves it. Yeah, so many of you love it. And it does work amazing, and it's so nice to use as an option instead of pressing with an iron. It's so much more convenient. So what I mean, if you've never seen it before, you're going to keep your seam down, right? Yay, I love seeing how many of you love it. Yeah, it seriously is a game changer for me when it comes to piecing in the hoop. Okay, so basically it has a water vial that you just unscrew and you can put water in it. And then it has a little solution. It has like a fabric softening solution. You put a few drops of that in, and it has a brush at the end, at the tip. So what you do is you just bring it over top of your seam, okay, just like that. And then pull it back on top of itself and do a finger press, and it's going to stay nice and flat. It is awesome. All right. And don't worry, the water dries and it doesn't leave any residue and it doesn't discolor. Okay, so it's pretty awesome. So I just did a finger press. Now it's going to stay nice and flat. All right, so my fabric is now right side up on my background. Now, when I go to place it back into the machine, what's going to happen is it's going to stitch out again that two-fold stitch. It's the trimming and the placement line. And this time it's going to go on this side. All right, because it's going to create my triangle, right? So I'm going to do the trimming and placement line here. And then I know again exactly where to cut it. So let's go ahead and do that. Jackie is asking if our store carries the refill liquids. Yes, we do. And I believe it's on the website. So I know we have lots of them in stock. It's one of our favorite notions and we talk about it a lot. All righty. Okay, so you can see that it's done the tack down stitch. So you know what that means. It means I trim this away. If I can find where I put my scissors. Oh my goodness, where did they go? Does that ever happen to you? Oh boy. Sherry, did you steal my scissors? I don't know where they went. I got some more. That was weird. Okay. Here we go. Here we go, go. Okay, so again, I have this excess piece. I'm going to trim that away. Now you're going to get up to the top and you're going to wonder, what do I do with this extra fabric here? There's no line there to follow. You're just going to pretend there's an imaginary line to follow. I'm just going to keep cutting straight. Okay. Just straight ahead. That's it. I have a little extra. It's fine. Okay. That's going to be covered up. So you don't have to worry about that. All right. So I trimmed that away. And now I'm going to place my next background fabric right side down. Like this. And I'm going to place it on top of that line. Remember, it was the trimming line, but it's also the placement line. So right side fabric up, we're gonna put it right side down and center it along the line.
Cussed out for?
Oh, I was looking for my scissors. Did you take them?
They're your snips?
Yeah. Well, I know, I just found some more. Sherry's asking what she got cussed out for.
Look,
Oh,
just so y'all know,
here they
they're
are.
right here. Right
It's
here.
Sewing room at home. I was said, where did they go? And I said, Sherry, did you take those on me?
That's why you need 2 sets of Kimberbell scissors.
Exactly. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, that's so funny. Please tell me I'm not the only one that happens to. Where did I put those scissors? Right? Yeah, Jeannie's asking, do you just do a few drops? Yes, yes, ma'am. Just a few drops will do. Okay, let's put it back in the machine and it's going to do the tack down stitch. All right. That's been stitched out. So I'll take this out. Now, again, it seems kind of a little tedious at first because you're having to think so much. But honestly, it gets so much faster, so much easier. The more you do it, it's like, it just becomes second nature. It's so repetitive and it's just like, oh yeah, easy. I know exactly what to do next. Oh yeah, that's perfect. I know what to do next. So I promise this is a lot of fun. Okay, so this did the tack down stitch. I now am going to use my fabric folding pin and just run it along that seam before I open it up. Thank you, Jackie. She says she does that too. Misplaces scissors or anything else. Jackie, do you cuss Sherry out when you do it? That's what Sherry wants to know. You gotta love good friends you work with, right? Give each other a bad time. Okay, now we've got the background. So what's next? It's going to stitch out the trimming placement line for the next goose. So that means that line's gonna go across right here. All righty. Ooh, we can't wait. See this all coming together. Jackie says, not at all, Sherry. Oh. Renata said, me too, but usually it's one of the adult kids who did it. That's right. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Leanne. She says it's so much faster than cutting with the triangles out. Exactly. So you can see here that the tack down stitch has been done. Oh, I got a little piece of fabric out there. So the tack down stitch has been done and I'm going to trim away right above it, right? Oh my goodness, you're absolutely right, Susan. She says it's guaranteed sharp points. Amen, sister. It's one of the things I love about this. I don't have to worry about the 1/4 inch. I don't have to worry about if my 1/4 inch seam is perfect. I don't have to worry about if my pressing is perfect, my cutting's perfect. It all just works. It's so much fun. Okay. So you can see I've trimmed that away. Now, it was a trim line, but remember, it's also the placement line, right? So I'm gonna grab my yellow piece. That's the one that goes in the center. Gonna put right side down, although with the solid, it doesn't matter, right or wrong, but I'm gonna put it right along this line. So I place it here. Again, making sure that it's centered so that we go a 1/4 inch beyond. I mean, we want to make sure that we go beyond that 1/4 inch outside line. Very, very important. All right, gonna go ahead and put it back into the machine. Okay, are you all getting the hang of it? This is just going to, you just continue these steps back and forth until the entire block is done, and you will just be amazed. Let me know if you have any questions as you're stitching along. Okay, so the yellow is now in place. It's going to do the tack down placement line right there. Keep on trucking, ladies. Keep on going. Ground. Do you have any solution with you? That out. Hey, Stacy, if you're still on, this is your fabric folding pin. Ding, ding, ding. Sherry and I just realized that. You've been wondering where it was. We're gonna hold it hostage. Okay. I'm just snipping away. Okay. How are we doing? Doing okay, everyone? Background fabric, put right side down. Centering it along the line and place it back into the machine. Just put one foot in front of the other. That's all this song. That's all I know. Okay. Stacy Paley was said, I thought you were talking to me. I got my comments sold. No, I'm talking to Stacy Paley. We're gonna send you a used fabric booking pin. Woo! No, I was talking to our friend Stacy out there. I think she might be off now, but she's who works here at the shop. All right, I'm about out of liquid. I need to get a refill. Hey, Stacy, can you hook me up? Okay, I got the background done. I'm gonna keep going. Is there anyone out there who's watching who has never done piecing in the hoop? Let me know. Let me know if you've never done piecing in the hoop. It would be, it'd be interesting to find out and see how you're liking it. Or if you haven't, you might be too busy right now concentrating, so that's okay too. Go straight down. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Right there. Let's see. Sue said she never has. She's watching today, not sewing. Can't wait to try it. Oh, good. Yay, Sue. I hope you enjoy it. It really is fun. Dolly says she loves her perfectly pieced. Yeah, it's not too late. If you've never done the subscription, Kimberbell subscription, the Perfectly piece, you really should. It's awesome. I'm having so much fun with it. And I know so many of you are. Oh, Susan, you said you didn't get to meet me when I was there. When were you here? Oh, man, what a bummer. Okay. Well, I have no more solution in here. It's gone. So I think spit will do. Just kidding. No spit. We'll just do a little finger press. It's not gonna lay as flat, but we'll get it there. There we go. Not too bad. Sherry, are you ready to spit? It's. Yeah, okay. She's gonna go get it. Oops. Easy peasy.
So this is a brand new one.
How do you refill your solution pen? Do you just add a couple drops of solution in the water? Yes, Leanne, I don't know, I add the water first and then I do about 4 to 5 drops of solution.
And just pull one to the top.
Oh, Susan came October 27th. October 27th. I got to do the tour. Thanks, Jerry. Stacy, we refilled this for you. I'm sorry I missed you, Susan. One day. Go. Okay. Cut. Trim. Okay, we're on the final goose. Is everyone keeping up or am I going too fast? How are we doing?
So you can use that piece down below.
Yay, good job, Annette. She's gonna go grab dinner. She's finished the flying geese and so happy. We'll be back. Awesome. Yeah, if you're ahead of schedule and you can sign off for the night or you're welcome to come back and you can be working on other blocks too. It's just fun to be doing this all together, right? So wherever you're at in your journey on this project is absolutely perfect. Ooh, yes, tag along again, Susan, for sure. See you tomorrow, Sandy.
Yes.
I know it's getting late for some of you on the East Coast, that's for sure. This is so fun to be with you all and to be able to have people here as well. We're excited. Okay, this is how it's looking. We're almost done, my friends. We have 2 more background blocks to do. Woo woo. Yay, okay, Jackie's gonna be back after dinner. Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna take a little dinner break here in just a few minutes. We got some really good pasta going on. There's a great place in town called Firehouse Pizza, and they make the most delicious pasta. They have good pizza too, but the pasta's amazing. It's like a chicken cordon bleu pasta. Yum. Oh. With, of course, yummy focaccia bread or focaccia is what I learned in my baking class. I never called it focaccia. It was always focaccia, but they say, no, that is incorrect. It's focaccia. Am I the only one who didn't know that? Could have been. You're supposed to call it focaccia with a cha instead of sha. That's how they say it in Italy, I guess. Tomato. There we go. But they do have really good focaccia bread. Suzanne's done. I'm hopefully going to grab some dinner. Nice. Seriously, Have you heard it called focaccia or focaccia? I don't know. Inquiring minds want to know. There we go, almost done. Boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. Give it go, go, go. Here we go. Boom, boom. And now we're gonna do the final stitch. I don't know. Sherry's asking me what song is that? It's called Chris's Melody to the Altair. Okay, from the last one. Do, 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 do. Okay, boom, here we go.
Which might be somewhat.
It could be just a big job if you don't be bothered. You're all right.
So all the ones that are written on, yeah, all the ones that are written on, I know.
Okay, last one, my friends. Right side down.
Some we didn't know. So the ones that are written on the side, I absolutely know that it's a baby rock without big red.
Oh.
Some of these.
Well, yeah, some should be- You only have, these are three lines. You're only looking for one thing. You only look for one thing. That's weird. Oh, you got to touch some stuff. There's so much stuff.
This down. Okay. How are yours looking? Are you getting there? Everyone doing okay out there? Yes, let's see. Sherry asked, are we adding batting to the schools the same way we did the flying geese? Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so now this is done. What it's gonna do is the final stitch. It's the final countdown. Okay. I guess I need some music, Sherry. I gotta have some music. They don't want to hear me sing, right? Okay, so we do the final stitch all the way around the outside, and then we're going to go backwards. We're gonna go back in time and get to the quilting stitch, because we're gonna do the quilting over top. Remember when we skipped over that earlier? We're now going to finish it with the quilting. Are you with me? All right, so I'm doing the last step, number 23 on the machine. It's going to stitch all of that out. So that everything is nice and flat and we have a stitch line to cut on and all the things, right? Let's take a look. Okay, it tells us to finish, that we're finished embroidering. And I want to say to this little smiley guy, not so fast, Smokey Joe, not quite.
We are not finished yet, right? I'm gonna hit okay, because we're gonna pretend that we are, but we're not, right? And we need to go backwards, or we can go forwards, however you want to do it. I'm gonna go ahead and go forwards by pressing the down arrow. So if you have been watching this and you're waiting for this step, stop what you're doing so that you can make sure and know that this is going to be the next step when it's all done stitching out. We're going to take our finger to the down button, down arrow. Oh, yeah, been there. Oh, yeah, been there, done that. Oh, yeah, we've been there and done that too. Ta-da! Look what's ahead of me. It's the radial stars. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's the radial stars. So that is what we're doing. Oh, this is the perfect music, Sherry. Bring it over. Can they hear it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen to this music. Oh, my gosh. This is like, pump you up. We are ready to take on the world. Right, everyone? Oh, yeah. Peace, love, and machine embroidery. Oh, yeah.
Are you pumping your fists in the air? Please tell me you are. That was great music, Sherry. Thank you so much. I'm ready to take on the world. Sorry. I does not want to do that. Did you guys love that music?
The stitching is, that stitching is so dang cute. And I'm pumped. This is so cool. You know what the best news is? You're getting it done, right? That's what's the best news of all. Last one. We're getting it. Yay, Charlene's getting ready to do a spool of thread. That's great. That is what we're gonna start on next after we have dinner. So we are gonna take a little bit of a break. I should tell you this. We are gonna take a little bit of a break here in a few minutes for dinner. So all of you take a break too, or you can keep stitching, whatever you'd like to do. At, I think it's 6:30.
6:30? Oh, geez, so sorry. 6:30, I think is when, Mountain Time is when we're gonna do the next one. I don't have my schedule in front of me. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we're taking a dinner break till 6:30. The school block will start at 6:30 PM to 7:30 Mountain Time. And then 7:30 to 9 is the So Happy block. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. So, how are we doing? Are you doing okay? Are you excited? You're getting it done. That's what's most important, right? You're getting it done. That is awesome. So keep stitching, keep having fun. I'm so glad you're loving it, Terry. That's awesome. Yeah, keep going. You are more than welcome to keep on going. Dawn is loving it. Yay, thank you, Jackie. Let's take a look. Not why that mic wants to keep doing that, but yikes. Oh, yikes. I'm trying to get that. I'm afraid to move. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold please. Okay, I'm putting it far away. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, sorry. Look how cute that is. So Sherry chose gray thread. You can use white thread, whatever you want. So super fun, right? I bring you some of that pasta. I know, doesn't it sound good? Super yummy. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna call it quits for just an hour. Well, about 45 minutes, okay? We'll start again at 6:30 Mountain Time. If you want to keep sewing, you keep on stitching away. Other blocks, especially ones that are, you know, have multiples. And then we'll go from there, all right? And you're welcome to stay here. And let me ask Sherry. Hey, Sherry. Sherry. I'm not sure what her plan is with the Zoom, so I need Sherry. Yeah. Sherry. Do you want to keep them on so that they're all stitching together and they can talk to each other? Would that be okay? Well, okay, I think we can unmute you so that if you want to keep stitching.
You don't have to talk in that. You know, like 3 at 3, how you can just talk.
Hold on. Okay, they can hear me. Why was I talking in that? I don't know. I was trying to embrace my inner rock star. I was like, yeah.
Did you see that commercial during the Super Bowl? You're a rock star. You're not supposed to say that because we're not really rock stars.
No, we're not. No, we're just people.
We're just people.
Okay, Teresa. Oh, let's see. Someone had said wasn't stitching out the quilting design. Did you go backwards or forwards? You need to move forward to step number 5. Step number 5 is where
Okay, someone that's
Thanks,
brave.
sir.
See if you can unmute yourself and talk to us. This is the funnest part
Oh,
because we
boy.
don't get to see this at 3 at 3.
Okay, can you, yeah, I wasn't thinking 3 at 3 on this for sure.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right, took several taps. Okay, I
Hey,
did go
y'all.
back. And then I went back and reloaded it again and on my computer screen, because I'm on my computer, there's nothing. It's no stitching in that block when it comes up.
I would did you already unhoop your project?
No, oh no.
Oh, good. Okay, keep your project, try to bring it in again.
Okay, that's what I was gonna do.
Just
see if
the
I can see it.
quilting design. Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I was
And make
thinking
sure
even if
it's a
I had to
block by
go
block.
bigger, the 4x8, maybe something was wrong with that, that if I need to do that instead of the 4x6.
Yeah,
If you use a
Um,
smaller hoop, it won't fit though.
yeah.
Well, but if I use a big, I see what you're saying.
Don't unhoop it.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll keep playing with it and see if I can get it.
Yeah, that's
It's strange because I thought, well, where is it? So I went back and it wasn't even there. And so, I noticed it when I was sewing, so, but I did it okay. And then when I looked on the screen trying to do my quilting, it's not even, like it redoes the outline and everything.
Oh, that
But then
is
there's
weird.
nothing to do in the middle.
Yeah, that is strange. I don't know.
Okay, well, let me try again.
Okay, let us know
And
how
I'll
it
let
goes.
you know when we come back.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys are welcome to visit with each other and chat. We're gonna go eat. We'll be back at 6:30, so in about 40 minutes. Sound good?
Do we leave?
You don't have
You
to.
don't have to.
Okay,
You can
okay.
Keep it on. You can turn off your microphone. You can do whatever you'd like. So,
We'll be delivering that pasta to Janine.
yeah, fly me out to North Carolina, man. I'm there. I love North Carolina. Okay. Dawn had asked what color is the radial design. It can be any color you want. On mine, I did white. Sherry's did gray. So it's totally up to you. Okay, everyone. We'll see you in a little bit.
They want dessert.
Oh, right here, right here. Where's my peanut M&Ms?
I don't have those, but I do have
Oh, she
these.
does have these. Those are good too. And
You'll have to still improve whoever wins that game.
okay, we'll be back. I'm gonna take that off.
I'm gonna mute us so it doesn't keep popping back to us because we're kind of loud. So we will be back on. Maybe I'll mute us. There we go. All right, so there we go. And I'm sure we'll have a few more jumping on here pretty quick. And we are getting ready to do the spool blocks. Are you guys ready? I see some of you are ready. All right. All right, so this one is a little bit more tricky, but you guys are up to the task. We've worked you up to it.
Yes, I agree. And that's no fun. Oh, I forgot to show you my official cute slide. It says dinner. Go. Cute, so cute. Well, it's a CW cute. So cute. Okay. Here we go.
I don't know what Chris ate, but it must have been fantastic. She's all enthused.
That's it.
Not sure what she ate. Okay, page 17 in your books.
Full of bread. Either, no matter if you're doing new quilting or background quilting, you're gonna be using the 5x7 hoop. Full
There she
one,
is.
well, is KDQ 180. That's the background quilting design we're gonna bring in.
We need more space.
It's the heart. And it's the same one that we did. Same one on the scissors. Okay.
I thought it was big, so.
So stabilizers, light mesh cutaway, and thread is pink. threaded wood. It's going to give you 180 splash hard. 4x4. It's got a cross stitch heart. Don't you guys love how these machines, it's like you have an iPad on your machine, right? And you just press the button. Not all machines are like that. Very, very nice. Very user friendly.
What's that sound?
It's clear.
I should hook you guys right up to Chris because she's on one. So there we go. I don't know if it's easier to see that or the TV. It doesn't have much of a glare here. So we're going to do a 5x7 hoop with the heart design, KDQ 180 hearts, 4x4 design. Stabilizer is your light mesh, and this one says pink thread. So this is spool of thread number 1. It's the pink one. You're going to do this just like the others, where you're going to bring in both designs, bring in your quilting design. If you're doing the background quilting, then you're going to bring in your design. You're going to do your tack or your placement, your tack down, do your batting, trim your batting, do your next one. And after you do trim your batting, then you'll go forward. I'm looking to see, Rosemary, if it does have the hoop size listed. So it does, after the embroidery files. So on there's a picture, just kidding. That's the flying geese. But it's the same place. So like right after this picture and this picture in the book, right below that is where your hoop size is. 5x7 spool of thread, and there's an arrow that goes up. All right. So those of you that are sewing along with us, or if you've gone ahead and sewn, once we get this done, let's do a prize after. And maybe we'll do a prize drawing, like a random drawing out of someone who's finished one of the spool blocks. And we'll do another prize that just includes everyone. Because we don't want these guys just to be the only ones that get prizes, right? That would be not fair. So there we go. We're going to go and start this. All right, how about now? You can hear me? Sorry, Allison was asking questions and I was grabbing my fabric and then Allison was asking me questions. So we had it off for a second. You're good now, right? Yep. Okay. Thanks for letting me know though, because I may have talked for a long time before I said anything. So we are good. So we got our thing, our hoop, our stabilizer hoop. Ah, I did get my Coke though. Okay, we're gonna come to our designs. So you can see that that's the one we just did. So here we go. That's pretty good. So we're going to return out of this. We're going to delete these. Delete. And we're going to get the right files in here. So for this one, we're going to do the pink spool of thread and we want the hearts in there. So it's KDQ 180 hearts. So KDQ. Did we not download it to this one? Or is that it? Hang on. Are you guys yelling at me? Like, it's right there. It's right there. KDQ 180 hearts. But we need, yeah, the 4x4. So there it is. So we load that one. We set it. And then we are going to add one. And we are going to add it from our USB. And we are going to do the spool. So it's in So Happy. And it is the spool of thread. I'm trying to keep my hand out of the way. There it is. Spool of thread. So there it is, set it. And we are ready to stitch. So we're going to be stitching just our placement line for their batting. I like this place over here better because, yep, 4x4 size. Just trying to read your questions. Okay, so we're good. So 4x4 size, we're going to go ahead, drop our foot and stitch that placement line for the batting. Good thing that that machine is smarter than me. And put your batting down and get ready to stitch that out. There it goes. And go ahead and trim that. We'll bring you over here. Just so you guys can see, make sure I'm doing it right. Look, there's Allison. Jackie, I'm so glad you got on using your iPad. All right, we got it stitched. Now we're going to do the next line. And it's usually your fabric placement line, but remember, we're not going to do a piece of fabric. We're not doing a background piece of fabric. So we're just going to use it kind of as our guide. All right, so what I'm doing here is just laying out my threads, and we have multiple because we've stitched this. And so we've done the background or the placement line. If you're not doing the background, you're going to start with just your next step. So we're going to skip a step here. Show you how. Come here. And we're going to go down and we're ready to do our quilting. But we don't want to do our quilting because we want our quilting to come after. If we were to do our quilting now, it would be there. So we're going to go down again. And now we have that. Okay, so if you are not doing the background quilting, this here looks like a mess, but if you look here, it looks like some diagonal lines and then the lines at the top and the bottom. So that's what you want to do. So kind of like Chris said, pay attention to up here or know that you're on right there, which is 6 out of 30. So, but it's going to change if you have the background. So, but anyway, I like to lay these out so they're in order. And I told you guys that when we did this one, I would show you the book. The thing that I thought was helpful is this graph here, because it's going to show you what you're doing next. Okay, so it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so you want that so that you make sure it's in the right thing. Because I think this one's a little bit hard because those borders get confused with the bottom and the top. So the spool caps. So just know that the order you're stitching is right here. I thought that was easier to reference. Okay. So we're going to go with our fabrics. And once again, I laid them out here so that they're in order. So thread 1 uses a 3x2, which is this one, a 3.5 by 2, which is this one, a 3.5 by 2, and then a 3.5 by 1.5. And then you go to your end caps, which are the gray. You can see those. And those are fabrics 7 and 8. And then fabrics 5 or background is 5 and 6. And so those are, for that one, they're this. Okay, this dot one. And I will just lay those out. So 5 and 6 is 1.5 by 3.5. And then 4 by 1.5. And then 2 by 5.5. These are opposite. Hang on. I think we're good there. Okay. No, this way. There we go. 1.5 by 3.5, 4 by 1.5, and 2 by 5.5. Ah, we got it. We got it. Okay. This block does have background quilting. You're going to put it on the top. Okay, so we've put our batting down. We loaded the background quilting first, but we're skipping where it does the quilting because we're going to come back to that and do the quilting. So do the batting, then the block, and then the background quilting goes on top of the block. And it's really pretty. I really like how the blocks turn out. It's kind of a subtle look to it. So let's go ahead and stitch out the design. So it's the placement lines. So it's going to stitch all of them. You can load the background quilting after if you've got it started, but you'll need the background quilting will help you place your batting and trim it to size. So we had some people talking here that some of them load the spool cap first, and then they load the background quilting second because they skip ahead first and then they come back. So it just depends on which way you want to do it. So we're going to start with fabric number 1. We're going to put it right on top of the design and tack it down. And we'll want it to cover all of that one area. So I'll just bring this up so we can show you. So we've got that. And so this is the thing that this right here and this right here is your spool cap. Remember this background is just a really, really thin background. So this right here is the area we're going to cover. And we're going to put this right side up. Make sure you cover it on both sides. And then put it down, your little piece of tape. And I'm going to change my thread color. I've had gray in so I could see things, but I am going to go to pink just so things don't show. It'd probably be fine either way. Nicole, what kind of helper do you have? It sounds to me like it's either a child or a cat, which I'll have to show you if it's a cat. We decided they're kind of like cat poles in here. So we're gonna go ahead and drop that, and it's just gonna stitch a line right across this. Bring you up on this. Whoa. There, that's better. You'll be able to see that a little bit better. All right. All right, who can tell me what am I gonna do there? Anyone? Oh, it is the cat. Okay, Nicole. We have these 4 poles in here in this classroom, and we were like, what are these for? Do you see them? They're covered with carpet. It's not like that's gonna pad it when you run into it. So we decided it must be for your cats to climb up. Yep, we're doing good. Look. Yeah, it says to. Look, tape. Chris told me I was doing it wrong, guys. I only lead you astray sometimes. Not every time. So we trimmed it up right along that line. And our next one, where are we going to put it? Do we put it like this? I always want to put it like this. Who's with me? That's not going to work. We are going to put it right along that trim line like that. And if you're Chris's team, you're not going to tape it down. But if you're on Sherry's team, you'll add a little piece of tape. Do you hear her cheering? I'm be like, I'm gonna mute them. All right. So we got that down, and go ahead and stitch that out. Ta-da! And we're gonna come down. We're gonna see if Stacy's on here because we're gonna use Stacy's pen. There it is. Finger folded up. Nice. And then put it back in, and it's going to stitch your next placement line, and it will be just like this. Dun, 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 dun. All right, next step. Let's see who our teacher is. No. I love that step. The wine to tape ratio is typically equal. The more wine, the more tape you need. I think typically the opposite. You're like, I don't need it. So we have teacher Susan saying it's time to trim it. There, it's trimmed. And the next one we put on is the little pink dot. Totes adorbs. Put that on. Oh, I'm like, where'd I put my tape? Put it right here, put my tape on. Upside down, remember that, that's always important. Because that's the step that doesn't make sense. Put it down, put your foot down. And let that machine do the work for you. And get me some perfect points, some perfect stitching. Susan, skip the tape. She's a team Chris. Her name's Susan. She's like, skip the tape. Oh, so if you skip the tape and use your finger to hold that down, you're Team Allison. But we will say that Team Allison has had a trip to the ER. So you should come tell them that. Here, Allison's got a little story for you. Why I trim that and get it ready. You can just talk to him. I don't have to put the headset on or anything.
Hi, team. So I cut the end of my finger. Moral of the story, my girlfriend's version of rotary blades are just as sharp as Olfa versions. But I take piano lessons, so it was really bad piano lessons today. She kept saying, use the end of your fingers. I'm like, no. No. I think the one thing you don't realize when you are younger that you realize when you're adult is they can't kick you out of piano lessons if you pay. Now that I'm adult, I'm like, what are you going to do if I don't practice? But when you're younger, you're like, oh, I got to practice. I'm going to be in so much trouble at piano lessons.
Oh, I used to tell my mom, I know how you could save some money.
Oh, how's it coming? Good?
Susan says she has to have the RPMs fast enough that it goes in and out, but no RE needed.
I know.
ER needed.
Right, Susan, I'm with you because as long as it comes out and you can hurry and wrap it with your Kimberbell tape,
You
it's
guys
all
are
good, right?
terrible.
Just wrap it
Oh.
with Kimberbell tape.
No, do not listen to these guys. This is Do
Said
not
she broke a
consult-
titanium needle. Yep. So yep, just tape it. You gotta hurry and wrap it with the Kimberbell tape so it doesn't bleed. And then you gotta get to the stopping spot. There's no ER run.
Susan says, exactly, I'm a nurse.
Yep.
Do not consult nurse Susan.
Susan, you know my husband just super glued my finger back on and it all worked out fine, right?
Fine-ish. All right. They're all just saying like the nurse says the same thing. My thumbnail grew out. It's all good. It's all good.
Better because I don't have
She's See, look at that. She says now there's no filling in her finger. You just, it's great. It's perfect for binding.
Yeah.
Allison. Sure.
Sometimes when there's a lot, you have to push that big technique.
So we trimmed, sorry, I thought I put that down. We're gonna trim and we're gonna put our last fabric on, which is this little cutie patootie. Put it on there. Tape and one more line. Susan does say rotary blade cuts are horrible.
They are horrible and they're dirty.
And someone almost lost their finger. You. But she didn't. No, she didn't die. Not yet. We didn't die yet. Keep forgetting to bring this down here. There we go. Trimmed it. We're gonna put our little pressing pin on there. Press this up. And back to our machine, and it's going to sew your side stitch. Okay. So we did 1, 2, 3, and 4, and this one is going to be number 5. So it's going to be one of the dot pieces. And it is going to be the 1.5 by 3.5 piece. Bring it out. Give it a little trimmy trim.
It's okay.
And upside down. And we are ready to stitch. And the next one is just going to be the next placement line. So I'm not even going to take this out of the machine this time. I'll just move this out of the way. And then go ahead and stitch that. And now we need to come in, bring it and give it a little trimmy trim. I'm doing this, I am gonna go ahead and put this one down, flip it over, trim this.
Well, yes, I did see it.
So there's our trimmy trim on this line, and then we're gonna put this one here,
I know it was a wrong thing.
right there.
I don't know how, like, so I'm waiting for him to say this still mad, like to say, no, I'm not.
And
From the name company.
slip it.
Anymore? Yeah. Well, I don't know how to do it. I didn't have a choice. I'm like. Didn't help her with all my studies.
Right, that one's done, pull it out. So this is where it's kind of like you get into that rhythm.
Yeah.
You just have to make sure, I'm gonna plug this back in. Everyone left me now, they're not talking. You can't hear them anyway. Go ahead and put that on there, open it up. Finger press it. If you're on have a little iron, that's good too. You guys are all sewing. See lots of people sewing. And then the next step is to do. So this is where it gets confusing. So you've got these two, and a lot of people will put the next one as another dot, but you don't want that. The next ones you want, you did 5 and 6 of this, and 7 and 8 are going to be the gray. So we'll go ahead and place the stitch. Go ahead and put that in and stitch that line across the top. And this is your gray little trim. You know the saying that close only counts in horseshoes and grenades? Right there. And embroidery. I don't even have to trim that. A little bit closer than you like to do. So right there, we got that down, and we're just going to put our gray on top. Once again, it doesn't matter which side. Both sides are exactly the same. So we put that down, and that's going to be our top cap of the spool of thread. Ta-da! Check your bobbins, girls. That's not a bad idea, Terry. You must have just ran out, right, Terry? We're going to go ahead and stitch this one while we're here. Gave myself a little bit more room here. Flip this one up. The squeeze, so the snips cannot be bought separately from the Kimberbell set. I know we've had a lot of people ask for those before. They are fantastic, and they stay sharp for a long time, but go ahead and put this one here. We've got plenty of bobbin. So we're good. So come here. Go ahead and stitch it. All right, next we're gonna go back to the machine and do the top placement stitch for the little background piece that's above the spool cap. It's going good. You want to sew one? You want to sew one next? Shh. They can't hear you. Hang on. We'll let you. You can see it.
Okay. Hi, ladies. How's it going?
Look, it's Jackie.
Diehards. We're all there. Fun.
We have 113 of them.
No, I'm so impressed. I'm usually in bed by now, so
So it's a.
kudos to all of you. Fun.
So it's
Can't
about
wait.
to get crazy with
Yeah,
Jackie.
I can't wait. I know. Who knows what happens when I get really tired? So, hey, we'll keep plugging away. Be excited to see all of your projects done.
I know what happens when Jackie gets really tired. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Here we are, Allison and I, right?
Look, and they just leave you looking at that other screen over there. Oh, Terry, that's not fair. First, I guess I could get my PJs on. It'd be good. No one would judge here. And our next line is just the next placement line. So I'm going to go ahead and just stitch that while we're here before I trim. It's just remembering.
But they're not too hard. That's what I'm saying, I'm like, somewhere it says that under rotary, there's specifically like, it says, once you hit the, once the cutter, once it's done, it'll actually be ready for us to put it out to everything out. And all of it is kind of- So it's an automatic drop. Don't get it. No, he's working 2 jobs right now. He does right now, which is winter. He works up there, the clubhouse. Started out as a first year, he's gonna hire.
Put that in.
Oh, up there really like his attitude. God, Lord, he's gone up into the couple. So now it's-
Yeah, Elaine, if you finish up, you can go ahead and go on to the second one. We will be probably,
I don't know if he does either.
you could probably go on to it. You'll have, the next one is the So Happy one. And it's just a stitch out of, so you're changing your threads. So go ahead and do another one of these. Now that you've got it down, so we got that down, and now we're going to go back and do another placement stitch for the sideline. There it is.
The wrong one. Oh, yeah. They're horizontal. Yeah.
So I am stitching with a pink thread, mainly because that's what color the blocks were, like the spool. But and that's what color I'm gonna do my stitching. So Elaine has her So Happy done, and this is just gonna be another placement line. So we'll go ahead and stitch that while we're here. And you don't really need to trim that one. Well, maybe a little. Let's bring it out. Trim it. There we go. We're ready to do another line. So the next step is the kind of tricky one. It's not really tricky, but we're gonna have to go back and do your quilting. So right now it's going to do your it's your trimming line is what it's asking you to do, but you could stitch it now if you wanted to. But we're going to come back to it in just a second. We're going to do our quilting. I know, aren't these fun? I agree with you, Leanne. I think this is a really fun block. That the little running on empty quilt, I think, is so adorable when you look at how cute those are. Okay, so if you're not doing the background quilting, you can go ahead and just stitch your last line, but I'm going to come back to my machine and I'm going to lower you guys and turn you some more because I am going to come back. We're going to do this one first, and I'm going to change my thread color because I want this to stand out just a little bit from the stitching. So I'm going to go to the red because it will look just a little bit like a darker pink. Or if you have a dark pink, that's what we'll do. We'll do the darker pink. Do it, and then we'll stitch in the light pink. So there we go. And this is just your little thread that hangs off the side. There it is. And start. Oh. Oh, I did it again. Just saying, when you do your needle, you actually have to hit the thread button. You can't just cut it. Machine is threaded. All right, so we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. If any of you want to guess Mike's dad's middle name, they're taking a guess at that. Hey, we're gonna try threading the needle the first time. Roscoe, that's a good guess. Okay, now we're gonna go back to our background stitching. Here, I'll give you a hint now that I'm almost there. Just go forward, don't go back. All right. We made it there. Oh, you guys didn't get it. It's Lyman. None of you were very close. All right, so this is our background stitching. It's Christine Marie Osmond Thurgett. Marie Osmond. Let's have you guys guess. What's Chris's middle name? Should I give you the hint they got? It starts with a D. Oh, I think someone here got it. I love this little cross stitch pattern. So we have Diane, Dorothy, Dawn, Debbie, Desdemona, Denise, Diana, so Susan, I think you can do the tack down stitch. If you wanted to do it before this, you could, or you can do this at the end. So once again, it's preference. I know some people will say that this shrinks it just a little bit. And so that final stitch will shrink it. And you could have done, but you could do it before. It's close enough. Franklin, we'll tell her that. Well, that's that's funny. I went back up to some of the comments. My finger touched something. I was like, they think Chris's middle name is Franklin. That was Mike's dad's middle name. Donna, Della, Daisy, Daphne. Hey, I had a dog named Daisy and a dog named Daphne because they were both flowers. All right. And so then we're going to go. We're going to go this way. We're going to go forward, 2, 1. Last stitch out. Yes, we do. Okay. So Let me go grab them. Let me go find them. They're somewhere. We're gonna go grab some clear blue tiles. You guys can watch this stitch out and I'll be right back. So Judy, so what we just did is, when we started, we wanted to put our batting down. And so we went to the quilting files to do the batting. And then we jumped ahead to all of the piecing. And then we just jumped back to the quilting. So we didn't have to do any of the tack down at that point. Then to do the outline stitch, I went back into the file, the file for the piecing, and that's the tacked out that last stitch I did, the trimming line. That's what I was thinking. So I just did that from there just to make sure it was the same. So we did kind of go back and forth a little bit, just for that, so that we could have the tack down for the batting and then the final trimming line I took right from the pieced file so that it was just more accurate. And Chris's middle name is Diane. So next time you'll know that for things. So I said we were going to do some giveaways too. Because, right? Who wants to do some giveaways? So I want to know who, let me change my view so I can see you. Let me make sure I'm talking too. Okay, so of those of you who finished one of the blocks, can you hold them up? Let's see them. Look at them. Oh, I love the green, Janice. That is cute. That background color is cute. And Steph, the yellow is really cute too. I love that. Great job. Diane's got 2 done. Nice. Trudy, that looks fantastic. We're going through them. Jenny's got one of the scissor blocks done. Nice. And Sue and Sherry have theirs done. Christy. Cheryl's got her dress form done. Jenny's got a couple done. Jackie has her flying geese done. Nice. All right. I know some of you are a little bit shy. You don't have your cameras on. I know some of you get a little bit brave for a minute and then turn it back off. It's okay. But so if you we'll just have you type it. So this is if you finished a block. So out of all the blocks you've done, and I know some of you could have skipped ahead. Like I said, we saw some of the dress forms and stuff like that. What has been your favorite block to make so far? Favorite block to make? Lots of the pin cushions. The flying geese is beautiful. That is one that seriously, you could make a whole quilt out of that, or a quilt coat, and the scissors. I know the scissors are so fun, so easy. The spool, The school is beautiful. The flying geese. Yeah, stuff that piecing, you just look at it and it's so exact. But the pincushion and the velveteen, love it, love it. Janice, I think that's cheating if you say all of it. And Jackie says the same thing. All of them. I love all of them. Okay, I'm looking for a pen for me. Hang on. I'll be right back. So whatever Chris was on, she's now off of it. She's like, where's the, do you have clear blue tile designs? I'm like the ones in the box? Oh yeah. Pretty funny. All right. So what I'm going to do is, since I'm not going to randomize you in a randomizer, but I'm just going to go up and I'm going to go back down and I'm going to go back up. I'm looking at the comments. I'm not really looking at them. I'm just going up, 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 down, 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 down. Suzanne, that's a beautiful quilt. I love the spool one. Okay, I can go back down a little bit. And the third one that I see is going to be our winner, and that is Lynn Pike. So Lynn, I just need to make sure that Lynn Pike is the name that I will look up on our site. So I'll do that in just a second. So that was kind of fun to do that. We're going to go and see if I have another way to do this. Hang on. Oh no, Rosemary, your pincushion block broke your machine. You might need to slow it down just a little bit if you can. You do have some thickness there with all of the satin stitching, the velveteen, and the flexi foam, but yeah, so cute. Okay, this one's open to everyone. So we've done, I don't want to guess middle names again. Like, let's think of a good question to ask you guys. We're going to find out. I'm going to go grab these other questions. Hang on just a second. Super glued it. We'll put that on. Why Allison can't defend herself because I got the mic on. There was a question that said, who has the most band-aids? I said, oh, Allison, this would have been you because, you know, she just uses her finger. And she's like, I don't have any mayonnaise on. So I thought that was funny. All right. So what we're going to do is we are going to see who had the most years of dance lessons. So changing complete directions. So if you think it might be you, go ahead and type in how many years of dance lessons. And it can be when you were itty bitty, it can be in school, it can be Whatever. How many years of dance lessons? I have some 4 years, 5 years, 2.5, there's 4 months. It went well. We were talking to one of our customers that's here at the event, and we were talking about piano lessons, and she said that she went to 2 and then the teacher had a heart attack, and so she quit. 6 years. Hey, ballroom dancing counts. How many years? That's dancing. Any kind of dancing. If it's cheerleading dancing, I'll even count gymnastics if you want to count that. So gymnastics. So how many years? How many years? I'm going to scroll back through. There's some 3 years, 1 years. Oh, Leanne has 14. 14 years, 7 years. Rhonda, I went to 1 class and cried so hard my mom didn't make me go back. 4, but my dad, wait, where'd it go? Oh, there's an 11 years. Where'd it go? Hang on, where'd we go? Chris Hill says ZERO, like she means it. She's not taking any. Janet has 15. No lessons, just love dancing. 4, but dad found my tab. She's at the city dump. Gymnastics and cheer 10. So let me go back. I think you guys, there's a lot of it in there. 14 and 15 years, I think, are our tops. 30. And you took 30 years of dance? Hang on, I gotta find you. I'm looking for you, Anne. There you are, 30 years? Holy cow! Okay, Anne, show us a few moves. Hang on, yeah, we'll bring him over. Very good. Nice. Okay, I'll tell you a secret. Well, it's not really a secret, but I took like drill team. I took a little bit of gymnastics, a little bit of tap, but probably the most unique dancing I ever did was hula dancing. We had a person that lived near us that she taught hula. And so there I was with my blonde hair and my skinny body, and the coach or the dance teacher was like, Okay, so Chris is going to show us a little demo about Clear Blue Tiles, and she's like demanding our presence now. So let's run over there and learn and show you guys about Clear Blue Tiles. We better take the stand or she'll be asking for that. Hang on. Can I put her right here? Just so you guys know, Anne Mandela had 30 years of dance lessons.
Oh, it's getting late.
Almost like Jackie.
That's what I said to Sherry. Jackie, did you have 30 years of dance lessons? You might need a refund.
What'd she say? She said, Jackie, you have how many years of dance lessons? You might need a refund. Very said that. Oh,
She's down.
I'm begging. Yes, I am begging for mercy here.
I see.
I'm like, wow,
All right.
I thought we were friends.
We are. You know, I was teasing you.
It came everyone and it just came out.
We're going to talk about Clear Blue Tiles. So the first question is, how many of you own them? Okay, if you own them, how many of you have used them?
How many, once, how many still have them in the box? Okay, that's for you guys too, right? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Clear Blue Tiles is where it's at. I do almost everything now with my Clear Blue Tiles. It's so nice to be able to take a project from beginning to end and have it quilted on my embroidery machine and be done. Now, what you all have been doing is you have been using the block by block method of doing background quilting, okay? The difference between block by block and Clear Blue Tiles, and when you buy designs from Kimberbell, most of the designs actually come in the format of block by block and background quilting. Okay, now, meaning Clear Blue Tiles, I should say. So if you see a design on kimberbell.com that is in blue background, it means it's perfect for Clear Blue Tiles. If you see a design that is an orange background, that's perfect for block by block quilting. Okay, now, here's the difference. So if I can get you to think about what you've done already today. Okay, everyone be thinking about what they've already done. You've been using the block by block method. And I say that because you stitch the outline for your batting. You place the batting in there. Remember, you trimmed it up, right, Karen?
Right.
You trimmed it up and then it had a 1/4 inch all the way outside. That is set up in block by block. And the reason for that is because you are stitching them each one at a time. And usually it's background quilting, right? And when you piece it all together, when all your blocks are done, you don't have the batting in the 1/4 inch seam allowance. So what happens is when you sew the back on, there's no quilting on the back, right? There's no quilting on the back. And that's why you have to do like a stitch in the ditch to sew your quilting or your backs on. Clear Blue Tiles is different in the fact that it's more like traditional quilting. Traditional quilting has your backing. Show this, your backing, your batting, and your front. Okay, that's the quilting is going to go through all 3 layers, just like it would be if you were taking it to a long arm quilter. Does that make sense of what the difference is? Okay. So with that being said, this is just obviously a very small sample. I just grabbed some scrap fabric to show you. But let's pretend that this is your quilt top. And what you want to do is have your batting to be, I don't know, about 1 inch larger all the way around. But your backing needs to be usually a few more inches, just like if you were taking it to a long armor. The long armor needs a back to grab onto, right, Catherine? When you have your bungee cords on there, you're grabbing onto that fabric. The same goes for this because you need a place for your hoop to hold on to. So think of it in that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to take some Kimberbell paper tape and I'm going to actually just tape down the edges here. And the reason for that is because when my foot is going up and around, I don't want it to grab onto this edge. All right. And what I'm showing you is doing edge to edge quilting. Now you still can do customized quilting and I'll show you the difference with that, still with Clear Blue Tiles. But we're gonna, on this sample, we're gonna do edge to edge. All right, let's see if we can bring the camera over here a little bit closer, Jackie. And so they can get a more up close look here. Okay, someone is asking, how do you do a large quilt? It's the same exact way. It's the same exact way. There is no difference in doing a large quilt. You're going to base your layers together with like a 505 spray adhesive. Okay, and that's what I did here. So this is on with a 505 and I, smooth it out and it's the same thing as if it were a large sample. Okay, let me think. If there's anything else I want you to know in preparation. This is a preparatory work. Now, the thing is, you are going to mark the reason why we use clear blue tiles is because this is what allows us to mark our crosshairs across the quilt. And you mark the entire quilt before you even take it to the embroidery machine. Okay, does that register for everyone? You're doing all the markings before you take it to the machine. These are only needed to do the markings. Once you've marked it all, you're done. Now, obviously, you're going to want to use the largest clear blue tile as you can so that you have less hoopings. So you're going to use your largest hoop size. But the cool thing is that all of the designs are proportional to each other. So even if I had a 4x4 hoop, okay, I could still do a quilt. Yes, it would be lots of hoopings, but in theory, I could still do a quilt. You would never know that I used a 4x4 hoop on it. Even if it was a 9.5 by 14, because everything, all the designs are proportional. The nice thing about these designs is that there's no beginning and no end points that you have to match up. In other edge-to-edge quilting designs, you have to match up the points from point to point. With the clear blue tiles method, you don't. And that's because, let's say you have a swirl design that goes around. The next block is going to be swirls that go inside those swirls, and you never know what's the beginning and what's the end. All right. Yes, Sandy, 505 spray over the back of the batting onto the back. I wouldn't use 505 spray out here. I'm just using it on the back of here to attach to here. So, yeah, so I'm answering questions in both places. Okay, so now the next concept I want you to think about is I want you to think of a clear blue tile as if it were a stamp. Okay, a stamp, I could have swirls on a stamp and I mark it in the stamp pad, and wherever I place this stamp is where the swirls are going to go, right? So think of the clear blue tiles in that same way. It's like a stamp. Wherever this clear blue tile goes, that's where the design is going to go. I lift it up, wherever this goes, that's where the design is going to go. Does that make sense? Okay. So again, I'm going to use the largest one I can. This goes up to the essential set goes up to an 8x10. But if you have bigger hoops, I would recommend getting the expansion set in addition to the essentials. Everyone has to have the essentials because that's where the book is. That's where the USB stick is. That's where all the tiles leading up to the big ones are in. So you have to have the essentials, but the expansion pack is for those of you who have larger hoops. Okay, so definitely get both. So on this one, I don't have the expansion pack with me. So the largest hoop, the largest tile I could use would be this 8x10. And I'm placing it over the top of the blue. I probably should have used a different fabric color. Hopefully you guys can, that's almost like the exact same color. Is that so bizarre?
Yeah.
That was really dumb on my part. Okay, so now notice, oh boy, that's not good. Can you hurry and cut me a piece that's nay big? Let's see, nay big. Let's see, of a different color, maybe a yellow. It's 10 by 9, 9 by 10. We're gonna try this because I'm afraid that this is, you're not gonna be able to see the difference. Okay, so I'm going to use this as a stamp pad. Notice I can't get all the way over to here. What do? I do even try? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That's what you do. Yeah. No, use my friend. You more choice words. It's fine. No. What we're gonna do instead, oh, thank you, Jackie. Oh, this is gonna be better. I'm gonna put blue or yellow. Sorry. And let me hurry and tape this down. This is gonna be easier to see. Also, when you tape it down, you just have to tape it like 1/8 of an inch in. Then that way, when you sew the binding on, it can go right over top of it. Like if you're worried about it.
If it's already glued.
If it's already glued, you're gonna be probably okay. You can if for extra measure, extra safety, but. Like I try to get rid of the tape too afterwards, but if I've got a few spots that just won't come up, I just leave it in because the binding's gonna go over top of it. What's that?
She's gonna want the
She's telling
dispenser.
me.
Oh, yeah.
That's enough.
Yeah, I love that.
Like a bag of beans.
Okay, we now have a yellow top, folks. Okay, this is much easier to see. Oh, yes, much easier. Okay, so you can see that I would go here. I usually start in the top left-hand corner. In the book, it recommends to start it in the center. I hardly ever start it in the center. I'm kind of a left to right kind of girl, so it's totally what you feel most comfortable with. Okay, so I've got this. Then I'm not going to mark it yet because I'm going to show a different a different size. But what I would do is I would mark it comes with this water erasable pen. And you're going to just do a dot in the center where the center hole is, and then the crosshairs. You just mark. Now the crosshairs go all the way out this way. You don't have to mark them all the way. Just do a short little bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. And then you're going to notice that there's markings on the side. You're going to make a mark here, here, and here so that I know where to place my next tile. Now, obviously, because these are two different ones, I could even just butt this up and just do it that way too. And make sure everyone at home sees this, that this is the center hole. This is what I'm marking. Okay, center hole, and then I'm doing the little spots right here. Someone likes my sound effects. Yep. Okay. I'm going to do a smaller tile just for the fact that I want to show you that you can do different sizes. So let's say I have a small hoop or I'm getting to an area that I need help getting into, right? I'm going to look at all my clear blue tiles and it's like putting together a puzzle. What's going to work? So I'm going to take this one. This is the 4x6. I put it in the top corner. Remember, it's like a stamp. So I'm just making sure and cover that. I put a little dot there, bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. And then I'm going to mark right here on the sides where the markings are. I don't have to mark up here because there's nothing I'm going to be putting up there. I lift it up and you can see my crosshairs. I now go ahead and place this down right next to the markings I just made. All right, so right next to those markings is where I put my next tile. There. All right, and I'm going to do that. Now, what I could do too is if I had a 6x6, which I think I do. Aha, I do. I bet I can make it all the way to the end. Ta-da, look at that. It goes a little bit over, but that's fine. Because if you go over the edge, that's totally fine. You just need to get over. But I'm going to go ahead. I'll do the, it's kind of in between, isn't it? I'll go ahead and do the 6x6. Okay, I'm just going to put that here. It's lined up right across those lines. And then I do my markings. Now, I'm also going to mark down there and right here because I need to know where to put the next one. Notice also, I've used two different sizes. How am I going to know which size to pull up on the embroidery machine? In the little window, right? I'm going to do 4x6 so that I know when I get to this point, I need to pull up the 4x6 design. If you don't want to use the window, you can just go like this, 6x6. You're just marking it. Oh, I know, against the rules, right? Exactly. So this is 4x4, 6x6 is what I'm going to be using. Now I know that I'm going to go here and I could do 4x6 again, or I could even do what? 4x4. It's all in even numbers. I know I had a 4x4 somewhere. Oh, great. Let's take a look and see what that looks like. Oh, that's a little too small. Yeah. So we're gonna stick with the 4x6. Okay, because I have the markings down here, I line it up. Does everyone see that? And then put the dots, blip, 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 and do my little markings here. And then I'll go ahead and use the 6x6 here.
Just need to tell them what
Again, marking it,
email address.
lining it all up.
Email address.
And there we go. So you're gonna do this, I'm gonna write a 6x6 and 4x6, okay, just to let me know. I could probably remember it, but
Do you do it all down one side or do you do it all across? the top?
I usually do it all the way across the top first, and then I go to the next row, and then I go to the next row. So all of your markings, all of them are done before you take it to the embroidery machine. Once this is done, I just set this aside and I am now ready to hoop my project.
So
But
much
the book
easier than I was
told you-
thinking.
It's so much easier, right?
The book told
I
you to
think
start in the
hard.
middle.
The book told us to start in the middle, and but I like the side. I'm just kind of a side girl, but it's, you could do either one. Okay, so a lot of people, I've heard where people say that their markings stay on, they have a hard time getting it off. I will tell you, I've never had a problem getting it off, and I'll tell you what I do. And it seems kind of silly, but all I do is I put water in a spray bottle. And when I spray it, it comes off. Like if I just put water on it and try to go like this, it's really hard to get off. But somehow when I do a spray on it, it just shoots it right off.
And
Oh, I can't wait to try
girlfriend spray.
A girlfriend spray, of course.
It'll work.
Yes. Yes. So that's my advice there. If you are still having trouble getting it off, like, and I would always recommend doing it on a test piece of fabric first, just to make sure. But you could use a friction pin, you could use a chalk pin. Some people will choose to put a piece of paper tape there, and then they mark it that way, and then they can just take it off. So that's an idea too. Yeah, so that's what they do. So, does someone have a 5x7 hoop they could bring to me? Is,
Something in it.
is it have something, I need a 5x7. We could
5x7
bring it up over there too.
5x7.
Let's see. Oh, Stacy said a tide pin.
5x7 portrait of myself. Yeah.
Okay, the sewing will not look like a stamp. I'm trying to read comments here.
Oh, that helps a lot. Thank you.
Use best press, and now I want to tell you about something else too. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Judy. Another thing is to do not iron before you press it, or before you do not iron before you press it. What time is it? Oh my heck. Do not iron it before you spray it, because that will set the pin.
And
Okay.
do not spray it before you stitch it.
And do not spray before you stitch. Bad idea. That reminds me, have you ever like done friction pins? Like if you were doing embroidery, there was one time I was doing an embroidery project. And I traced the whole thing with a friction pin and I was not thinking, and I took an iron to do it before I put it in the embroidery hoop. Not a good idea. So highly don't recommend that.
You have to put it in the freezer.
Now, then, here's another nice thing about clear blue tiles is that you do not have to add stabilizer.
Get outside.
No added stabilizer. You just put the whole quilt in the hoop. If you have magnetic hoops, like snap hoops from Dime, oh, those are my favorites. Those are really nice. I love them. But even if you don't, this still works. You're gonna make sure and loosen up this screw pretty good so that you're not fighting with it. If you have a template grid, that's very helpful. But my advice on this is I will always use a larger hoop than what the design is. And I'll tell you why. Because if I use a larger hoop than what the design is, that gives me wiggle room to move my needle where it needs to go, because I need to move the needle to that position. Okay, so you've got to move, that's why we have the center mark, right? So I'm just gonna kind of eyeball this, lining it up with my, the sides of my hoop.
All right. And that was pretty good, right? Notice I'm not fighting with it. All right. Okay, now this is not, I can tell already, it should go over a little bit more. But, and if I had a grid, I could have been spot on. But by using a larger hoop, when I put it into the machine, and I'll show you this here in just a minute, I can actually move my needle over to that center position. Right? Okay, Anne's excited to try it again. So let's go over to the embroidery machine and stitch this out. Oh, sorry.
Okay, anybody worried about the people at home? Okay, sorry. I'm falling behind. Here, I will take you over. Here I go. Okay, here I come. Here we come. Here we come.
Oh, this is perfect, because I'm gonna be able to show you.
Okay. All right, there we go.
So I'm just.
Hope I didn't make you dizzy.
Doing this. Okay. I'm gonna, do you see this little W on the screen? That actually is wonderful because it's going to give me a guide beam. Do you see the red dot there? It gives me a guide beam as to where my center is and where the needle is. And you can see it's not directly over the center. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna touch layout and move. And now I can move my needle.
They still went on it now.
Do you see how it's moving over? And now we're getting to the center position. If I was using a smaller hoop, I wouldn't have as much wiggle room that I could do it, and it would have to be exactly center. But because I used a larger hoop than the design, and remember, the design is going to stay within this area. So I got plenty of wiggle room. But and I know you can't see this from home, but that needle is now directly in that center position. Now, the other thing is, let's say you have a machine that doesn't have that guide beam, no big deal, all right? What you can do, you want to get rid of this. I can close this. You guys can see a little bit better. What you do is just take the hand wheel, turn it towards you so that you can then drop that needle down, and then you can see if it's in the center position. All right. So now I know it's in the center position. I will go ahead and there we go. And start. And now it's going to start stitching out.
What's that?
And I chose a design that doesn't take too long because I want to show you how we rehoop. So this is a design that's found on Clear Blue Tiles. And let me see, I'm going to bring the camera over here. Hey, Lisa. Is that Lisa? Can you see that right there? Can you look on the screen? Is that okay? So this is one of the designs that are found in Clear Blue Tiles. They have some cute snowflakes, flowers, candy corn. There's some cute ones. But if you go to Kimberbell.com, there's like so many different dozens and dozens and dozens of designs, and they're always coming out with new ones each week. So I look at it as like I'm building my library of designs. You can see on my screen too, exactly what is stitching out. You can see the little cursor moving. Okay, it's almost done stitching. Isn't that a darling design? So cute. some people I know who even own long arms, they still love doing the clear blue tile method because sometimes there's things you frankly just don't want to put on the long arm. You want to just be able to get something done quickly on your embroidery machine, or maybe you don't feel confident in your long arming skills, and you want a special design. This clear blue tiles is perfect for that.
And then Kimberbell has others you can buy.
Yes,
Even
and
not
just
long.
download. Yep,
Yeah.
they have so many to buy. Okay, so it tells us we're done. So what do I do next? I've got to move the design, right? Or move the hoop. Okay. Oh. And if there's any questions from home, let me know. Okay. Now, this is where I really love like a dime hoop because it's magnetic. It's super simple to just, you lift this up. I'm going to try and treat this like a dime hoop. Let me see if I can get this. Where I just am going to, oh yeah, see my dime hoop's a little bit bigger, but anyway, no, it's okay. Actually, what I'm going to do,
I can hold that.
no. Oh, geez, you know what I did?
What I do?
Go ahead. I sewed the fabric underneath it. Dang it. Does that happen to anyone? Oh, darn it.
It's barely caught
I
the tail.
wasn't paying attention. Good thing that's a sample. It is the time of day. There we go.
That's okay, we got you.
You got me. That's right. Okay.
No one will notice.
Exactly. So now I need to move to this position, but remember, I also need to bring up the new file. Okay, because the new file is a 6x6. If I use the 4x6, it's not going to go all the way to the end. So sometimes when people say, well, I have this gap in between, you really shouldn't have a major gap. It should be able to just line right up, but you better bring up the correct file. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I will return it now, or I could also move it this way and now do my 4x4, right? But just for the demonstration, we'll do one more and I'm going to come back I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to bring up my clear blue tiles for quilting and spring clear blue tiles, and I'm going to go to the 6x6. So I'm just scrolling up. You can see all of the things right here, very nice and clear. 6x6 right there. You see that? 6x6 is what I want. I'm going to set it and embroider. Oh, and I need to change to a larger hoop. Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, we'll just go ahead and let me go back. I'm going to go ahead and do the 4x6 again. It just won't be exact, but just to show you how to rehoop. I'm going to go 4x6. Okay. Spring. Clear blue tiles. And I'm going to bring up the 4x6. Okay, and set, embroider. Okay, so all you have to do when you move this is, again, you're just moving. I will put my little red dot on there and I will just move this. See how I can actually see that red dot? And I don't know, can someone hold that for me, Karen? Let's see if you can see the red dot as I move it. There's a red dot right in there.
4x6.
I could go to the 4x6 too.
Okay. You're just
But-
gonna show that there's a gap now.
Yes, so I'm just showing how I could move it. Okay, how I move it. And so I could certainly go down to here. Notice I probably should have had more fabric reaching down, but it's not the end of the world. It's such a lightly dense design that I'm gonna still do it without, it's not gonna go on fully. Now, you can always add like a little bit of stabilizer there if you wanted to, on the very end, not underneath the quilt itself, just to, or add on a piece of scrap fabric to do it. But again, you're seeing that it's not completely hooped, and that's certainly okay. Okay, I'm going to now move my layout. So I'm moving my needle and just come up here. And I'm gonna go over one. Now I'm directly over the center. Can everyone see that? Okay, so now that I'm completely over the center, I'll go ahead and put my foot down and hit start. And now that design's gonna work beautifully in there. And again, this is just such a fast sample. I would definitely be more careful if I were doing something on my own. I'm just doing this so quickly. But you could, yeah, because the 6x6 is gonna be larger. Darn it. I got that caught. It's because it's not stabilized. Well, it's not entirely in the hoop, so there's a little bit of movement there going on. If it's not entirely in the hoop, then what I would do is I would hold onto it taut like this so that there's no extra movement.
Got an idea of how to do this.
Oh yeah, like I said, I use it all the time. So there's all kinds of hacks I do to make it work. Isn't that fun? You can see how those designs kind of fall into each other, but they don't overlap.
Do you do any pinning at all? It's a large quilt.
Yes, you could do some pinning if it was a large quilt, absolutely. You just have to make sure that when it's in the hoop that you remove your pins. Yeah, that's a great question, Catherine.
Pin that's right in it. Maybe with a red head or something, if you see it.
Yes, exactly. Now, I also don't recommend, Kimberbell doesn't recommend that you do it on quilts larger than 60 by 60. You certainly could if you wanted to. I've seen where people have made much larger quilts and done clear blue tiles, but just remember you've got a lot of drag on that quilt. It becomes heavy. And so if you're going to do that, just make sure that you, and I'll go ahead and stop right there for now. You just make sure that you have lots of give on that quilt, that it's lifted up onto another desk. You have large clearing space, all of that. Okay, so obviously I didn't finish that whole thing, but you're gonna see right here, it just falls right into each other. Okay, and then I would use the 6x6 and the 6x6 there, and it's just gonna fall all into each other. So is that helpful?
Yeah.
Yay! Are there any questions? And I'll look on at the people at home and see if there's any questions, but are you guys all good?
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. You need some now.
I do need to, but at least I got the demonstration, so then I'll need, Lisa, you'll have to give me another one.
Your magnetic, just.
Your shop.
Yes, the magnetic hoops are at the shop. Yeah, they're wonderful.
Like
Woo.
5x7 and
Yeah, all the different sizes. So, yeah,
they're very pricey.
they are very pricey. Yes, they are.
They're very easy to use.
But they're so easy to use because I will keep my bottom hoop on. I just lift up the top. I'm not trying to push them into a bottom hoop.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Do you remember your live or like, cause you're over here fixing your hair?
I know. I said, oh my goodness, look at this. This is a disaster waiting to happen, right, ladies? Oh my goodness gracious. It's getting late. Okay. Let's see. Now I'm on here with all of you. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Hey, Anne,
Ooh.
and Lynn, your gift cards have been issued and emailed to you.
Yay. Oh, I can turn this off now, huh?
No, you like your rock star.
No, I don't. I'll just pretend that I'm a rock star. Okay,
This is terrible. What happened to that camera?
oh my gosh, oh, yikes. Okay, I've had both sets since they came out and not used. Can you purchase extra pins? Sandy, I don't think they have extra pins, but you could use any kind of water soluble pin or friction pin or anything like that for sure. Okay, what other things? Finish my.
Oh, see you tomorrow, Charlene. Oh, actually, I won't see you guys tomorrow. I'm so sad. I won't be here tomorrow. I will be down in Salt Lake doing Studio 5 tomorrow, so.
But we
mm,
got you.
I'm so sad. Like, why is it the same time? So Jackie and Sherry will take over. You'll have probably way more fun with them. Let's
We have
see.
Lisa. You'll have them so with you. later
Yeah,
tomorrow.
there you go.
Allison.
Judy says magnetic hoops are a game changer. I totally agree,
I got
Judy.
one.
Okay, Susan's asking, how do you use these on blocks which have applique, embroidery, etc., like the blocks we were doing for Oh So Delightful? There's a couple things you can do, Susan. You could either quilt your block before you add the applique. Okay, like it, but or you could do the block by block method. So one of those. Although I'll tell you, I don't know if any of you did my winter pillow that I did, but that was applique and I quilted over top of that whole thing.
Kind of depends on which design you choose, I would think. I mean,
And what color thread you use. I used a monofilament thread, which was a clear see-through thread. And it worked. It worked great. And I did it over the appliques. So it's totally up to you. And then when I did my spring pillow, I did it over top of the appliques. So it just
you
depends.
probably would want to do it over like the pin cushion though.
No, no,
But
no,
you
no.
could, but I
No.
would slow it way
Oh,
down.
No, anything with dimension, no. No. Okay,
You can't get your quilt in the hoop.
can you use the washi stick away back? My spring showers won't hoop in the center of the quilt. Susan, have you loosened your screw like all the way towards the ends? Are you trying to actually quilt it after it's all done? Let me know, because I'm just a little confused on that one. Okay, what is the name of this design?
Spring.
Spring. Mhm. And it's found on Clear Blue Tiles. Yeah, Melinda said she can't thank Kim enough for inventing Clear Blue Tiles. They are amazing. I agree. In fact, I've told her too. I'm like, wow, this is Kim, this is amazing. The first time I used them, I was just blown away. And I continue to be blown away. Every time I use them, I'm like, holy cow, I can't believe how easy this is.
Did you show them? They asked about crooked in the hoop.
What if you get it crooked in the hoop, but you had the dot on the center? You would just do a little bit of switching. I mean, a little bit of changing. You just do it. Or what you can do is you can rotate your design. You can rotate that design, by small increments. Good. Sherry says she thinks she can take them out of the box and start using them. What is the name of this quilting? Oh, that's good. Chris says that she takes large quilts to the dining room table, so it's supported on the large table. Chris, actually, it was you I was thinking of that when I said that I've known people who have done much larger quilts than that. I remembered you and Scott doing a much larger quilt with Clear Blue Tiles, which was amazing. Yes.
My BFF.
Chris, yeah, Shannon said it's pricey, but worth every penny when quilting a quilt. And it's true. I mean, if you think about it, it would take 1 or 2 quilts and you would have paid for it itself, right? So it is a really, really good deal. How do you see Studio 5? It will air this Friday. Yeah, this Friday it will air 11 o'clock Mountain Time. But you can watch it. You can watch it live on Studio. Let's see, ksl.com/studio5, or we'll repost a link too. I'm doing kind of fun. In fact, I think I might do it on Fridays 3 at 3 to show you. Let me show you a picture. See what you guys think.
They're getting a sneak peek.
Yeah, no one's seen this yet. I was kind of having fun playing. Okay, I hope you don't think it's too weird, but it's a giant carrot pillow. Giant. patchwork, and then I'm showing the bunny as well. So can you see that? So kind of fun. There's another picture. Oh, and then, or you could have it on its side, but it's big. It's a carrot on steroids. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah, Sandy says she needs to get her magnetic hoops out of the box. Absolutely. Susan, your husband suggested you come to Salt Lake next week. Will I be in town? Yes. I won't be the week after.
Monday and Tuesday will be in Sandy.
Oh, Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, we'll be in Sandy doing this event, but so you could come to Sandy, which would be closer to you coming from Salt Lake.
But
It's like 20 minutes from the airport.
you'd see a lot of us there.
Because Sherry and Allison will be there. So yeah, if you can come Monday or Tuesday, we'll be in Sandy. Okay. You could do it over. Susan says she just stops it before the applique and then forwards it. Yeah, you could totally do that too. Okay. Oh, that's what I forgot to mention, Marilyn. Marilyn's asking, do you include the outer borders in clear blue tiles or do you quote them separately? It's up to you. You could do it total edge to edge. So borders, everything is included. Or if you think about it, you could do your borders separate as long as that tile fit the board, fit the border. You could do that completely separate from the center. So you just, you just change, like you could have a different design on the borders than what you have on the center. So, oh, Chris, they've done 3 large ones. Holy cow. I think my comment got lost, but I think some of that not listening to your sister is still there. You don't follow her instructions. I do my best to follow her instructions, but sometimes I'm
She
like,
just doesn't use the tape.
maybe not. That's funny. What is the shape form interface needed for one of the projects? That is for the frames. If you're wanting to do the little picture frames, that's what the shape form interfacing is. Wow, Shannon made 13 quilts last year and used clear blue tiles for all of them. And there are border blocks, yep. Okay, so happy people are doing right now. So you're welcome to do it now. You can do it later. We're starting to clean up to get ready to head home here soon. But the So Happy block, that is something that's so easy that it's just thread. That's it. So some of these ladies, bye, Levon. So yeah, can you iron shape form? Yes, yes, you can. If you have a wider border, do you put batting in it? Yes. I do. Yep. Hey, these are all really, really good questions. Anyone else? How are we doing? Let's see. Let me view gallery. There we go. Let me see. Hey, Sandra's here. Miss Sandra. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, hey, Melinda. I see Melinda Slater. Okay, let's see. Hey, I love seeing what you're working on. Becky, hi Heidi. Oh, there we go, Chris Hill. Wow, she is cruising. Cruising. Is Scott helping you, Chris? Or are you doing this all on your own? Share, let's see. Oh, Sherry, did you show? Oh, Sherry just got done with the, that cute little mason jar.
Heidi.
In fact, somebody in this class, they kind of redid the quilt. They used their favorite blocks from all the different projects, and they're putting that mason jar in the quilt to substitute another block in there. So that's what's fun about stuff like this. You can do whatever you want, right?
Have you put them on fire yet to see whether they're on the fire?
Hey, Elaine Roundy, I expected to see you in your swimsuit tonight. What's up with that? I missed it the first time, and now I was waiting for it. I was sleeping.
What happens at the salon
Stays at the salon.
Oh, wait until it comes out here.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Next time, she says. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow we'll do borders. So, yeah. On my own, Chris said. Good for you, Chris. Susan said she opened the hoop as far as she could, but the center and narrow borders, the center hoop kept popping out. I wonder if a magnetic hoop would be your best friend in that case. All right. Any other questions I can help answer with Clear Blue Tiles? Oh, you're so welcome, Lori. I'm so glad you're doing it with us. Oh, someone's asking, would wash away sticky back work? I wouldn't recommend it. Honestly, I think it would be, I mean, you could, but I think it would be it would just be kind of a mess. But ultimately it would wash away. So I guess you could, if you're, and maybe if you just did it in that center spot. Maybe if it wasn't everywhere, but if it was in the center spot, you might be okay. Just know that it's gonna take some washing to get that out. I hope it hasn't been too crazy for you guys. I know it's kind of different than what we've done before, where we are solely just in front of the camera and, stitching alongside you. I hope it hasn't been too nuts for you to watch and participate this way. Oh, thanks, Rhonda. You all are going to have a good night's sleep tonight, right? And you're going to dream bobbins and spools and all the things in your dreams, right? Jackie, it's, you know what? We do have, not this Jackie. Oh, I was talking to a Jackie here, and Jackie's like, what?
Hi, Jackie.
We do have a good sense of humor. We try, right?
Yes.
So that's so fun. Good. I'm glad Marilyn's not stressing too much to keep up. That's good. Yes, Janet, we will ask everyone to mute themselves again tomorrow. So I know it was a little bit of a rough start. It will get better. That's definitely one of the things that's sometimes hard with Zoom, right? Yes. Thank you,
You want-
Gloria.
This to be StreamYard, don't you?
I do. I'm looking, it's hard for me to get used to the Zoom thing.
I saw her going for that.
Mhm. Oh, interesting. Mariana's asking, she loves the Oh So Delightful script. How can she get that? I don't know. That's a Kimberbell question, but it is cute.
It is.
It is cute for sure. Yeah, Gloria says, what a fun day, but I am beat. Amen. Let's see. Good night, Judy Reyes. I know, I need sleep too. Oh, and a label. There you go. Good night, Diane.
They're out of here.
Yay, Debbie got all of today's blocks done. That's awesome. That's no small feat, folks. So that's great. Bring on tomorrow. Until tomorrow, Lisa. Hopefully Sherry won't have to push any cars out of the snow.
That was so terrible.
That was so bad. Did you tell them about that story, or is this Elizabeth that was in class?
She was in class.
Oh, yeah. When we were in the Orem and we were in the middle of a blizzard, Sherry's out there trying to help this poor guy get his
couldn't
car
drive.
out that could not drive in the snow. And what happened all of a sudden?
Yeah, so he was trying to, instead of going straight back, because that would have been clear, he tried to turn and he pushed into a snowbank, and then where his wheels turned, it just started
All the snow came out.
I get in the car and my hair is like got icicles.
It was awesome. It was very memorable.
It was, I don't know if they were good memories. but They were memories.
Oh, man, it was the best. See,
Yeah, I don't
Sherry
think,
was.
it's just freezing cold here now. I don't think we'll get snow tomorrow. Just
Mm-mm.
kind of that
It's just
bitter
cold.
Cache Valley.
Dang it.
7-degree
It's
cold.
It's just cold. How many of you watched Sandra today at Embroidery Club?
Oh, there's Sandra. Hi,
I know.
Sandra.
I saw her. See, there's Sandra here. A lot of people were with you this morning, Sandra.
They've been busy all day.
Ask to unmute.
Look, Sandra, unmute yourself.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
I think it went well. Debbie helped me and it was awesome to have her there.
Uh-huh.
It only shut down one time on us this time.
This time. Why that happens.
Yeah, Eric is like baffled. He's like me. I was just like on pins and needles the entire time going, are we going to make through? Are we going to make it through? But yeah, he's still trying to figure out why Facebook keeps kicking us out.
That is weird.
But
Having way too much fun. They don't like that.
it's a very cute, it's fast and easy, and it is
it's
so
darling.
very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was exciting. It was fun.
Good.
Yeah.
Janet said she was watching you while she was cutting the fabric for today.
Oh, there you go.
Very good. Oh, yep. Bridget's showing hers. All done. Yes. Yes. So cute. I can't wait to make one.
Yeah, I made the big one to show, and then we did the smaller one in class
Boy, a lot of you have been embroidering all day today.
Yeah.
Amazing. That's awesome. And Sandra, what's next month's project?
It's called the flower box, the flower cart.
Oh, yes, the flower cart. Yes.
Yeah.
Super
So,
cute.
and that one's really cute. And you can either frame it, and we did
Uh-huh.
find out that if you frame it, you need an 8x10 frame.
Okay.
Or, you can put it on
apron, you put it on a pillow. You could just, so many things you can do with that one.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
excited. I'm excited for that one.
Get those creative juices flowing, Sandra.
Yeah. Yeah, they were this morning. I kept thinking of all these things that you could put that on. So yeah, it'll be great.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think even that little bunny design that you did this morning would be super cute on a shirt or a sweatshirt or something.
Yeah, and somebody did mention that too.
Mhm.
And they were asking about how they could do that. And I
Mhm.
said, well, you can either do it in software or you would have to just skip through your steps.
Skip through the steps. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just as easy. Debbie is, thanks, Sandra.
you bet.
Debbie is asking, let's see, I missed the first part when you were talking about Tarot Magic. Do I need to use that or Shapeplex, trying to get ready for Sandy next week? Debbie, are you going to be doing background quilting? That's an important part of this. If you're doing background quilting, I would say you could probably get away without the Tarot Magic. It doesn't hurt to have it, but I mean, it's one more added layer of no puckers. But I have found that I could go without it if I'm doing the background quilting because I have that thicker batting in there. But either way you do it, whether you do background quilting or no background quilting, I would always absolutely, without a doubt, no ifs, ands, or buts questions about it. I would always use the Kimberbell fusible backing or Shapeplex on the back of my backgrounds. Now, with other applique pieces, don't worry about using that.
So like, there's the difference.
Yeah.
You see how much stiffer that one is by.
Mhm. By having the Tarot Magic, this one. So, but definitely before class next week, Debbie, make sure and use the backing on it. Okay. Okay, you are trying the background quilting. Awesome. Debbie, if you've been here with us today, next week's gonna be a piece of cake for you when you come to class, right? Yeah, backing on your backgrounds for sure. But those of you who embroider, if you haven't discovered the beauty of this magical sauce, you want it. Trust me. I use it quite often. Okay, we have just a few more minutes before we close the Zoom session. So if you have any other questions, let me know. Or keep stitching away. It's actually nice to sit down for a minute. I'm like, oh, I can sit down. So just keep asking questions. Okay, yes, Debbie, if you always put the Tarot Magic on the back of applique pieces. Yes, if you are using an SVG file, like an electronic cutter, I definitely recommend Tarot Magic on those because your fabric is going to cut so much easier if you have that. It's going to be great. Do you back filler blocks? Yes, I do. I do back the filler blocks. Yep. Okay. Can we, where did that go? Can we see some of the So Happy people are creating? Yeah, if anyone wants to show their blocks up to the screen of So Happy. Here we go. I'm seeing Janice's and Gloria. Woo woo. Shannon's done and Rhonda's done. Becky's got her pin cushion up. So cute. Leanne and Bridget. Oh, you guys are rock stars. Got scissors. We have Elizabeth's done. Love it. Susie's got her piece blocks done. This is so awesome, you guys. Just think how good it feels to have done. Dawn, you've got You're So Happy done. Sometimes, it's just like, a lot of you know how to do this, right? Like you go, I could do this and I could do it without a class, but sometimes it's just nice to be able to dedicate the time to getting it done and sewing it with friends. That's always more fun. And sometimes you pick up new tips, from people that you're sewing with. Elizabeth says she's heard people online say that they like the Baby Lock magnetic hoop better than the dime one. Elizabeth, I actually own both. Because I have a Baby Lock, I sell Baby Lock. I do love their magnetic hoop, but I love the dime magnetic hoops. The dime magnetic hoops work great for me, and they're really simple. The thing about the Baby Lock one, and I love it, but it has multiple pieces to it, where the dime has just one top. So sometimes I actually prefer my dime over my Baby Lock, just because to me, it's just easier to put the one top on. So yeah, there's the Baby Lock definitely I'll say has probably a bit stronger hold on it because it has the different pieces and they're super strong magnets, but I own both and I love the dime ones just as much. Oh my goodness. Shannon is asking, can we add the hours to our Thin It to Win It? Heck yeah. I would be all day long, times 2. You guys have worked hard. So yes, definitely add it to Thin It to Win It. Yeah, Bridget says that class makes you more accountable. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, Susie, I'm so glad you're with us with the little use of hands. I hope you're doing okay, my friend. And I know it's been a rough few months for you. Well, rough year. So I hope you're on the mend. I hope you're getting better. Okay, Janet is asking, and this is a really good question, especially going into tomorrow. She said, you may have covered this, but should you cut the filler blocks larger, like a 1/2 inch? Couple schools of thought. I've never had a problem with the filler blocks and with the border blocks, cutting them the way it has in the book. I just line it up according to those lines and I use a little bit of tape to hold it. If you want to be extra careful on the side of being really careful, then yes, you could definitely, when you cut your blocks out, cut them a 1/2 inch larger. You've got plenty of fabric to work with. So don't worry, that's not the issue. But so you definitely could. If you've already cut them out and you're like, oh no, what do I do? I've already cut them to the exact size. Don't fret. It'll be fine. Okay. So, and Jackie will take you step by step on how that works tomorrow. Sandy, yeah, the address to send the sewing hours in, just do, if you go to the project or product page on Girlfriends website, go look for Thin It to Win It. It will come up. There'll be a Google Doc sheet link right there. And that's how you do your hours. And make sure you get those hours in because the 31st of March is just around the corner. Although so many of you have gone way beyond 50 hours. Holy cannoli. Couldn't believe it.
But you still have time. If you haven't gotten to those 50 hours yet, you absolutely still have time. And we put in another order for the little key fobs, or not key, well, I guess it could be key fobs. For those little keychains for the people who get in over 50 hours. So we know they're coming in hot with those numbers. It's crazy. All right. Anyone else have anything we can offer before we sign off? Boy, these ladies here are still going strong. Like, ladies, let's go nighty night. A couple have left, but most of them are staying. I told Sherry, this is not an all-nighter. Oh, thanks, Melinda. Holy cow. Leanne is coming up on 200 hours. My goodness.
We're gonna have to start sending her our UFOs. She's gonna have them all done.
Uh-oh. Thanks, Becky. You're the best. Right here, my friend. Becky, here we go. Here we go. There we go. You're the best. Oh, good night, Marilyn. There you go. Good night, Elaine. Okay, I'm going to have Sherry take over to say her final farewell. I'm sorry I won't be with you guys tomorrow, but I'll be looking forward to hearing all about it. All right. Okay. Take care. I'm going to have Sherry, your fearless leader, send you off with sweet dreams and happy thoughts. Good night, everyone. Thanks for being with us. Yeah.
Oh.
What is it? What are we doing?
How short Chris is. There we go. So today we didn't start till 1 Mountain Time. Tomorrow we're going to start at 10 Mountain Time, and then we'll wrap it up at 4:35ish, right around there. So come back at 10. It is a different Zoom link. So don't click on the same one in your email. There was one up high and one down low. So just click on that second one. So I remember seeing someone said their link didn't work. That may have been why. So make sure you check on the second link. And if you want to watch the replay, like maybe you missed the first part or a part in the middle, we will be sending this out in probably about a week. Give us a little bit of time because this one has to be, it's really long. It takes a while to render. So we will be doing that. And you guys have done a great job. I mean, so many of you have stuck right with us and I'm super proud of you. So we will let you guys have a good night's sleep. If you're still stitching along, don't try and do a 24-hour sew along right now. You'll be too tired tomorrow. We'll save that for another day. So get a good night's sleep, get some yummy goodies before you come to us in the morning, and you can snack away and keep stitching all day. So we will, with that, tell everyone goodbye. Have a great night.